then tasked by Chief Mabandla to give feedback on this specific status. Where in the project are we? Because we are capturing, my section is capturing it. I then prepared a feedback where I presented and I started. We were at a meeting which we call PEXCO inside. It's Police Executive Committee. It's the Chief of Police with his deputy chiefs and the head of internal affairs that is together. And at this meeting where we were present, the chief was chairing and I was presenting the feedback of this or where we are. The moment I started to give feedback, Brigadier Makonasi was sitting right opposite me and he started to scream with even spit and froth that comes out of his mouth at me, where he was screaming, extremely disrespectful towards me, screaming that he doesn't have a criminal record and I'm saying he's got a criminal record. And I said to him, but I'm not saying you've got a criminal record. I'm giving feedback on the status of the fingerprints. What I do say is that your section didn't provide the fingerprints and they refused to provide the fingerprints. I'm not saying you have a criminal record. And he just kept on screaming at me. In front of all of us in the meeting, he physically took his phone out and he started phoning. And he speaks, you can clearly hear, he speaks to the city manager, Imogen Mashazi. And he puts the phone down and he says, the city manager says this process will stop immediately. And he turned around and he walked out in an extremely disrespectful manner. Closed the door. We were all still shocked that a senior officer can actually even act in this manner. And the Chief of Police, Commissioner Mabandla, then calmed us all down and says, stop, don't discuss further anything here. He will go and speak to the city manager afterwards and he will calm everything down. We must just carry on doing our work. And from that meeting then, the very next day, I received an email from Kasheka, who is the HOD of HR, wherein she stated that the process and we must submit everything to them. At that stage, I have already prepared what we call a council item. It is a draft item that we can report to council. Everything is already in the item, the wording, the background, the discussion, up to resolutions even, but it's still in the draft form. It states at the top draft as well. Attach this list of officers with a graph of what the crimes are, what the officers are accused of, just redacting their names, and the spreadsheet itself has been encrypted with a password that no one can really open it if they do see it. And we submitted that as a proposal to say, we from a Metro Police side thinks that HR must deal with these officers in the following manner. And the proposal that we in the draft made is that the officers must be offered the chance to provide proof that they have been expunged, because there is in law an expungement process, and it's possible that they've been expunged and the certificates has not been submitted, that we make sure that it's a proper process, so that every officer be given the opportunity. So we propose, because we know how long the process takes in the Justice Department, is to give them a period of 6 months, provide proof of expungement, and if you do not have proof of expungement, that we then start the initial proceedings at the end to either dismiss or to take disciplinary actions against the officers who got criminal records. So then that day a meeting was then set up with HR. However, it was postponed at the last minute to the next day, and we then met at Kasheka's boardroom in Germiston.
Well, before you continue, Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want to take you back to Brigadier Mkwanazi. And you said his entire section had refused basically to be subjected to this fingerprint process. Do you know how many police officers were in this section?
Commissioner, it's close to 200.
Oh, okay. Did you get any information as to how it came about that all of them did not subject themselves to the process?
When Colonel Foster and the group of officers that I've assigned, when they came back to me every day to give feedback to say they've done so many fingerprints per day or and they all came back to me and says they visited specialized services officers and the officers were not there, and when they spoke to the supervisor said to them they're not going to give their fingerprints because it's an illegal process. So I received everyday feedback just to say that the specialized services doesn't want to give their fingerprints in that. And because there was also from some of the union members that came to see me that wanted to have clarity, because they say their members have approached them to say we're taking their fingerprints, and nowhere in the Act does it say we can take their fingerprints. And then we had sessions with organized labor as well to say, but here it is. You know, it's in numerous different legislation that police officers' fingerprints can be taken. It even states in the Regulation 11 of the Municipal Police Services, it states if you refuse to have your fingerprints taken, you commit an offense. So we explained to the union members there was a proper process to get them as well of faith that this is a legal process. There's nothing illegal or untowards about it.
And the supervisors that you say you got, or Foster, was it? Was it Foster that was doing the...
Colonel Foster is the one
Foster,
that...
yes,
he was in charge of the unit that went to assist to
yes.
take the fingerprints.
The supervisors that you say he got feedback from, would those have been supervisors who fell under the supervision of Brigadier Mkwanazi?
Correct. The specialized services concert, there's one of the supervisors there was Dion Singh. He was from the K9 Equestrian Unit and the Drug Enforcement Unit. He's one of them. And then the others, I don't know all of them, but there's specific people that I know that was extremely arrogant and they just blatantly refused to even make themselves available to have their fingerprints taken.
Thank you.
If I may just pick up on that line of questioning, Commissioner Spies. We read Chief Mapie's directive of the 21st of September. That's your annexure RS 18, where he sets out the process to be followed.
Is it not December?
December, did I say different month? 21st December 2021.
Correct.
I apologize for the confusion. And that is your annexure RS 18. You state, as you have highlighted to the chair, that the specialized Services Division under Brigadier Mkwanazi refused to submit their fingerprints. You now have also made reference to Regulation 11, which stipulates that it shall be an offense to refuse to have your fingerprints taken. In his directive at item 1, page 48, Chief Mapie indicated that disciplinary action will be instituted against any non-compliance. Are you aware of steps, if any, taken against Brigadier Mkwanazi and or members of his division for the refusal to have their fingerprints taken?
No further steps were taken against them because in my testimony, as I will get to it, this process has been killed and stopped by Kasheka from HR.
So as of December 22, well, I'll take it's February because this process was supposed to conclude in February 22. There was this absolute refusal to have the fingerprints taken, and you'd retired in February 2025.
Correct.
For completeness, at the time you retired, had their fingerprints been taken?
Not that I know of.
I'm going to, because of this line of questioning, I'm going to jump slightly ahead, and we don't have to project. You have annexure RS 21 appearing from page 61. This, you say, are the results of, or the status of all members whose fingerprints, who were vetted. And
Correct.
You have a legend explaining their respective status. My question for the moment is, do we read annexure RS 21 to be exclusive of all members falling under the Specialized Services Division? Is that a correct interpretation?
Now, RS 21 is the full database of
Yes.
everyone. That is the 3,762 members.
Yes.
But of that, and it's color-coded then, the no illicit activities is marked in green.
No, you will get to that part. I just want to know those 3,700 you list.
Yes.
At RS 21, you provide the status of each. My question is it a correct reading that this list does not include any member of Brigadier Mkwanazi's Specialized Services Division?
Now, their names will be there under outstanding,
Okay.
marked in yellow, because the ones marked in yellow, we haven't yet taken their fingerprints. Those are the ones who hasn't their fingerprints taken. There is obviously some that has been off sick or not at work and their fingerprints couldn't be taken. So out of the 211, that is outstanding at that stage, those include, and you will see at the divisions and sections that it's specialized services. There is here and there another individual which is from another section, but it is because of reason.
Okay.
The southern region is, for instance, the one that they were still busy. Their fingerprints been taken and late submitted. We haven't got the results back.
Okay, thanks for that.
I'm sure, Ms. Sildo, we are not expected to actually see what's on here, not with the size of the lettering.
It shall be reproduced in what, A3 and refiled,
unless
yes.
you arrange magnifying glasses for us.
Indeed, Chair. We have thought of how to engage with this for the listeners. It's difficult to work through it. We cannot project it on the screen because it contains personal information of members.
I doubt that we really have to
Then we
write
don't
this.
have to.
I think it's enough to just get an idea of the numbers by looking at the color coding. That's
Okay.
enough for our purposes.
Then,
So don't worry about
having to
A3
share
or
it,
whatever
yes.
else. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Lo, if I may just follow up on an
Yes.
earlier question, just in case it wasn't answered. You were asked, Commissioner, whether the 200, the people that belong under or that fall under specialized services, any of them had been fingerprinted by the time you left. And your answer was you're not aware if that was done. And I want to ask slightly different question. The directive, you say, contemplated that there would be annual vetting process starting from the date from 2022.
Correct.
As at the time that, and you've told us that that process was stopped, the 2022 process was stopped, so it didn't conclude. By the time you left, had any vetting at all, the annual vetting that was contemplated, had it happened or was it happening at all?
No further. That 376 that we have vetted from inside the department, that was the only vetting that was done, and then the process to carry on from that was physically stopped, and thereafter no vetting was again done on criminal records. There is a later process where just after Commissioner, when Mkonasi was appointed as a deputy chief, then, and this vetting process was started, there was an instruction from the chief of police to the 3 deputy chiefs that we must be fully vetted. In that process, he again refused to be vetted at all, and Commissioner Kwabe, forms were supplied to him, and he started the process to be vetted. And I answered the chief back to say, I'm already vetted to a top secret clearance level. Here's my top secret clearance security number. My own security vetting has then, at a stage, it's only valid for 5 years. It expired and it was redone, and I've received my new one again. So I'm fully vetted to top secret, which now expires in 2030 somewhere. I don't know the exact date, but it's somewhere in 2030, I think August 2030.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Lo.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Staying then with RS 21, which we will not project. It's color-coded, green, yellow, red, and without giving any detail, for future reference, can you summarize what the color coding means? What is green, what is highlighted red, and yellow, the legend?
This is an Excel spreadsheet containing all the employees of Ekurhuleni Metro Police in 2022 that was used to capture the results of the criminal record vetting. Everything covered in green is where no illicit activity was recorded, and that is a total of 3,174 people. The ones colored in a light beige color is the southern region who has submitted late because of their large volumes, and they've already submitted 102 SAPs, but we haven't received the results of that 102 yet back. And then there's a group of illicit activity in a dark red, which is 275 officers that have illicit activity recorded, And then the 211 is still outstanding, which gives us a total of 3,762 at that stage. Under the dark red,
Sorry, Commissioner. In the red, that is where illicit activity has been identified, there's the total number, but then to the far right, there's another number. What does that signify?
so that's a lighter red, and it states awaiting trial. So when the illicit activities sometimes come back, it means that an officer has, for instance, been arrested and he's already been charged and he already pleaded and his criminal case is running. So we don't yet have a result of that person, so we just indicate it as awaiting trial because of the process is still ongoing.
Oh, thank you very much. Because it's just sticking out and hanging, as it were. I did not see the heading above. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Do you have in the list officers who have been convicted?
And what is that number? I can't quite read it.
It's 100.
100. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
In the list, do you have officers who have been convicted?
That's the out of the 275.
So when you say illicit activity identified, the 275 have been convicted,
Yes, Commissioner.
and then the 100 are
Yes.
awaiting trial.
Yes, Commissioner. I do have made a graph which I presented at the same meeting on page 60, which is RS20.
Before we get to RS20, we'll get to RS20. Can we stay with 21 for the moment? You were still going through the color coding methodology you applied. So you had said the beige, those highlighted in a beigeish color, those were involved the southern region mainly, which has a large number of members.
Correct,
and had
Commissioner.
not completed the process.
Correct, Commissioners. Their fingerprints were already taken and submitted, but we still haven't received feedback from the South African Police Service on their results.
Then you have the yellows. What does yellow?
The yellow means that the fingerprints has not been taken and the fingerprints has also not been submitted. So they are still outstanding and therefore nothing has happened with them yet.
And it is in this category that members of the Specialized Services Division would fall.
Correct, Commissioners.
Now, if you could go back to page 50, that is annexure RS19. There appears to be a memorandum from Chief Mapieye dated the 6th of February 2024, addressed to El Kasheka, HOD Human Resource Department. You see that? And it's signed at the bottom by him. Is it this document? It says, kindly find attached report from the EMPD to Human Resources Department regarding the status quo of EMPD employees with criminal and or illicit activities recorded against them as requested by the Human Resources Department in the meeting held on the 27th of February 2024 at HR Corporate Head Office in Germiston. Do you see that? At paragraph 52 of your statement, you reference a meeting you had with Mr. Kasheka. That date of the 27th of February 2024 that Chief Mapieye refers to at page 50, is it the same meeting or is it a different meeting? Because your meeting of the at paragraph 52 does not appear to have a date.
The meeting that we held with HR, so in the beginning of February, there was a meeting which is the SPEXCO meeting.
Yes.
But then it was postponed, the meeting that was set up with HR. And that meeting took place on 27 February. On the letter of Commissioner Mapieye, the date that it was issued is actually 6 March. Because the letter wasn't issued before the meeting. It must be a typo because we actually had, on the 5th of March, we had drafted the item already based on what was discussed in that meeting. We must provide all the information to HR. So the letter that Commissioner Mapieye signed referenced the 27 February meeting which we was held with HR. It is that meeting at page 52 where we held a meeting with HR.
So you are suggesting that the date at page 50 might be wrong. Instead of 6 February, it must read 6 March 2024.
Correct.
And I think that attached to that would appear to be a report dated the 5th of March 2024. So I think that correction would accord actually with the contents of the document at the report at page 51, which is
Correct,
of a later
Commissioners.
date.
Even paragraph 1, Advocate Silla on page 50, it refers to a meeting of 24 February. So,
Indeed, 27 February.
yeah,
Yes.
27.
So we do accept that typo. Do you want to deal with this report starting at paragraph 51?
At this meeting that we held on the 27th of meeting, the people present there was Ms. Kasheka, who is the head of human resources. She was the chair. There was Mr. Lefu Makoba, Colonel Van Rooyen from the Metro Police, Brigadier Julius Mkonasi, Colonel Ivan Duplessis, and there was also Mr. Maripe Matakocha. He's the divisional head at corporate HR. And then it was discussed there is to say that we as Metro Police cannot do this process. The process must be restarted on suggestion from Brigadier Mkonasi from scratch because the people who took the fingerprints and the people who's involved in this process cannot be trusted. And then it was resolved by Kasheka that we will submit our complete database together with the draft report and the letter to her office, and it shall be managed by Lefu Makoba. So, and we must provide all the information, everything over to them, and it will then be dealt with them. So, we came back, and the next day we submitted this draft. What we say is a draft report is normally corporate human resources will do a council report because it's human resources and HR related, but to expedite the process, we drafted the whole item already for them to say this is what we suggest, and we submitted that to them. The Excel spreadsheet itself, I encrypted it with a serious password, and I then sent it via email to Lefu Makoba, and I've sent the password via WhatsApp to him. We had up and down email correspondence where he stated he cannot open it because he forwarded it to some other people, and I explained to him, well, I don't want to release it where you can forward it to anyone else because it's POPI. POPI Act is critical, and this is containing all the database information of employees plus criminal records, and I don't want this to be circulated in the department at all. When eventually he came back and he sees it, everyone, and he says, but provide the password to him and via email. So after about a week later, he said to me, but POPI doesn't apply because it's internal correspondence, and I then sent the password via email to him as well, which he then replied back to me to say, okay, you can open it now. It was then forwarded, this item, and everything was forwarded to corporate and legal, and corporate and legal made comments to say that our approach as Metro Police is wrong. We cannot do, because our suggestion was that we give the employees a chance to provide their expungement proof, and if nothing of that happens, is that they then be either dismissed or that disciplinary steps be taken against them. So corporate and legal came back and says, no, you cannot dismiss them, you cannot do this process, we must leave it in the hands of corporate HR. And exactly at that point, that's where it stopped. It never went further than that at all again.
Can I find out from you, you say Ms. Kashaka directed that you submit all the data that you had collected by then, including what's reflected at RS21 and RS20, which we shall deal with shortly, which is a summary of the nature of the crimes that members were found either to have been guilty of or awaiting trial for. Who is Mr. Lefu Makoba? What position did he hold at the time? And what particular expertise did he have in regard to matters of vetting? Do you know?
I do not know his exact position that he held, but he was at corporate HR, and he used to report to the division head employee relations, Kolani and Nisa, who would be in a better position to actually explain Lefo Makoba's position. But Lefo was always involved in where disciplinary matters is operated from. So he was running in that section. I don't know his exact position, but he was dealing with the disciplinary cases at the back end in the HR process.
You also indicate that in that same meeting where this instruction was given, present was a Mr. Maripe Matakocha. Who is that? And what position did he hold?
At that stage, I also didn't know his position there, but Mr. Matakocha was a normal HR person, most probably a senior manager or divisional head at HR, and he was the one who, during my suspension, which I will come to much later, he's the one who signed and recommended it. So I know Mr. Matakocha. Also, in my earlier testimony, I mentioned an incident where council took a resolution to adopt a new structure. Mr. Matakocha is the one who presented this new structure, and the one who I discussed with, where he stated to me that my position is not in the structure anymore, but they will keep me till my contract ends, and I will be on the side and read newspapers or provide information to them and assist everyone during my period when the contract is still running.
As a matter of interest, in that period when you were supposed to read newspapers, did the EMPD undertake to provide you with the newspapers, or were you expected to buy them for yourself?
Commissioners, no. I believe it was tongue-in-cheek from him, just making a stupid remark. It's because I was cross because of the fact that even in my mind, I couldn't understand how you can change a complete municipal police structure organigram without consulting any of the municipal police officers. Not management, not me as a divisional head. That whole structure was changed by corporate HR without any input from us at all. We didn't even discuss it, and we didn't give input into it. And then council makes this resolution, and we discover it when it's leaked from the council, because the moment it goes in the council resolution, it becomes a public document, and we obviously discover it then. And in this arguments, when I ask him, so where am I? Why am my position not here? And that's when I won't say tongue-in-cheek remark is, but you've got a contract, we will pay you your salary, what do you worry about? You can sit and read newspapers every day.
We dealt with your RS-21, which is that big document that provides the results for vetting in respect of all 3,700 members. You have summarized this. No, you haven't summarized it. Insofar as crimes committed or convicted for, you have put this in a table format, a graph format rather, to indicate the extent and the nature of the crimes and the extent to which members are either convicted currently or are facing charges for. Would you like to talk to this graph?
On page 60, I have created this graph, and it's obviously in the spreadsheet, just a graph which is sorted from the highest amount of crimes. And the crimes as it's captured is obviously, as it comes from the 69, it is just like a abbreviation of the crime. And it then runs from the top of assault cases where officers were found guilty for assault with a total of 58 as the most. And it goes down to uttering, which is 1. Must I read every one of them, Commissioners?
I think you can just highlight the key ones, or maybe, I won't say the most concerning, because all crimes are concerning.
So from the top it goes, assault was 58, theft cases was 41, driving under the influence is 33, reckless and negligent driving 28, murder awaiting trial was 15, fraud awaiting trial was 14, robbery awaiting trial was 8.
May I interrupt you there? Okay, we don't have to go through all of them. Just based on what you've just read, murder awaiting trial 15, fraud awaiting trial 14, robbery awaiting trial 8, fraud 7. So effectively, these are members in the system who are awaiting trial or convicted for these crimes,
With the exception of fraud, Ms.
except for the exception of fraud?
Yes.
Yes.
The murder, there is already a little bit lower down, there is 4 officers that's been found guilty for murder as well. So there is 15 awaiting trial, meaning they haven't been found guilty yet. Their trial is still ongoing. But further down the list, there's 4 for murder. There's 4 for rape. There's 3 for robbery. So even though at the top there's a awaiting trial portion, there is officers that have been found guilty already that is in the service with criminal records, very serious criminal records.
And
You say those convictions are in respect of murder, rape, and fraud, did you say? The convictions, the convictions.
If I categorize from what I consider as serious crime for police officers, there's like negligent loss of firearm is 6, but if we go to things like extortion is 5, housebreaking is 5, kidnapping is 5, murder is 4, rape is 4, robbery is 3, pointing of firearm, defeating, gathering act. So from the highest list, which is more related to the Schedule 1 type of offences, the murder, the rapes, and that there is, and then there's at the top the awaiting trial portions that is still not concluded.
just to make sure we read it correctly, in some instances, taking for instance an example, fraud, you have fraud awaiting trial, then you have fraud. You see that at the top.
Correct.
Where you have not indicated awaiting trial, does that mean the figures you give are in respect of convictions?
Correct, Commissioners.
So anything here that is not highlighted as awaiting trial, these are all members have these convictions, including rape, murder.
Correct, Commissioners.
And they're in the system.
Correct.
And robbery.
Yes, Chair. Okay.
Commissioner, because you said earlier that when you join the service, you get vetted, can we conclude from this document that these offenses were committed after the members entered the service? Because I'm assuming if they were committed before, you would not have become a member of EMPD because you would have failed the vetting.
No, Commissioner. That is unfortunately an assumption on your side.
Yeah.
Some of these cases stem back from the late 80s, 90s, and how the officers passed the initial recruitment process is also unknown to me then, because their fingerprints were taken, but how they get forced into the system, I don't know. But these records obviously relate to everything the South African Police Service have as a criminal record based on the fingerprints. And some of the cases, if you look at the convictions, the conviction dates were long ago as well, prior to their actual appointment date. There's one which is a very strange matter. It has been reported to us as well. There was an officer, he's out of the service now because he got caught again and then he was sentenced to imprisonment and he sits in prison. The officer was found guilty of murder. He was never sentenced. And this is a very old case, which I don't understand as a policeman how that happened, if you can be found guilty of murder and then not sentenced. But it's an old case. It's things that we picked up.
What is the policy? What is the EMPD policy regarding the employment of people who have previous convictions?
It's legislation that prescribed it. It's in terms of Regulation 11 of the Municipal Police Services, one of the requirements of the minimum requirements to be appointed as a member is that you may not have a previous criminal record, except if it's politically motivated or there's a specific wording related to that. But you may not have a criminal record upon appointment. It's one of the challenging factors we have, specifically of interpretation in Ekurhuleni, not in the rest of the country, but in Ekurhuleni they interpret the words, because the sub-regulation starts with the exact words upon appointment, you may not have a criminal record. They take it as upon appointment, not your career. So it's as if they, as HR, think, well, you can be appointed and thereafter you can build a career of criminals. And that is maybe something that need to be changed, that it makes the word less interpretation available for people to say, but you may never have a criminal, in my mind, you may never have a criminal record as a policeman. There could be, and this is something that I say with respect, there could be matters that is happening in your career, which could be waived, or there could be a process of expungement that happened. As an example, you could be involved in an incident where there's, let's say, serious robbery or a cash in transit, and there's a shooting incident, and you accidentally, you shoot a robber, but you also shoot an innocent citizen, and you get found guilty for culpable homicide maybe in that matter. In the execution of your duties, and you won't really have intent or anything like that, there could be an expungement process if the law allows it. But at the moment, the law states, upon appointment, you shall not have a criminal record. And this is interpreted by Ekurhuleni HR to mean that that day when I was appointed, 1 April 1991, I didn't have a record then. Or when we established as the Metro Police, 16 February 2002, I didn't have a criminal record at that day. But thereafter, it is an open field according to them. There is no policy as well, and that is problematic. There's no policy what happens if an officer do get a criminal record during his service. There should be an incapacity process where you are not fit to be a policeman anymore, and you should be worked out of the system. One of the things that is absolutely critical, but this is my own opinion, there's a few others that have the same opinion, is that in terms of the singularity of what the Constitution, singularity of policing in the country, where all policing service must be the same manner, is that we can have different payrolls, meaning that local government, you're employed by local government or you're employed by national police. But at the bottom end, the standards of a disciplinary agreement, the way that you are being dealt with as a policeman should be the same. We have, for instance, a large challenge because my officers are locally bound. Ekurhuleni officer is employed in Ekurhuleni. The Ekurhuleni HR systems, computer systems, for instance, doesn't have access to Home Affairs, Harness, or the African Police. There's no interface between these systems. So my officer can physically go to Durban on holiday, and he can commit a rape, he can commit a robbery, he can commit anything wrong there. We will never know it happened. The officer can come back, and every time he has to appear in court, he takes a day's leave and he fly out, and we will only discover it if he doesn't pitch for work one day because he sits in prison. And we have there's even a strange anomaly that happened now. One of our officers was found guilty of murder. He actually, at Vosloorus police station, he shot and killed his wife, who was a captain in the police. He shot and killed her in the charge office of the police station. Our police station and their police station is very close to one another. They're separated by like a parking space between us. And he shot and killed his wife. He came out of the police station, and then obviously everyone, it's blue on blue, police and Metro Police, all rush out because of the shot. And then he tried to commit suicide, and he shot himself in the head. He was paramedics on scene, rescued. He actually looks like he sustained no damage, and he was released from hospital. He was eventually found guilty, and he was incarcerated, and I believe it was like a period of 15 years. He came out on parole now in this year, and he lodged an unfair dismissal case because he wasn't processed in the correct manner, and Ekurhuleni reinstated him. So the systems doesn't speak to one another, and that is something that if we, for instance, want to take, if I want to check if my officer have a criminal record, I don't have any access to it at all. I cannot see it. The only manner I can do it is I take his fingerprints manually, I submit it to South African Police Service. I, as municipal police, must pay the South African Police Service either 85 or 180 rand as a government entity to South African Police Service to say, please check this fingerprints for me. They will take weeks and months to do it and then come back with a result to me. So I, as a police, municipal police, don't have access to criminal records of my officers. My officer could be in domestic violence incidents, be involved at home against his spouse or wife, and the police could hold an inquiry about his fitness to possess a firearm in terms of the Firearms Control Act. Or there could be a domestic violence protection order against the officer, and where the court makes a ruling that he is unfit to possess a firearm. That is captured into SAP systems and court systems. I don't have access to that. What we have in the meantime arranged between us and the South African Police Service is that we provide them with a list of our officers' names, and then at the end of every month, the South African Police Service draw an extract of their firearm unfit list to us to say the following officers have been captured in their system as unfit to possess a firearm. But that is one of the critical things that is a problem, is that we have even approached SALGA, which is the government, the South African Local Government Association, which is the employer actually, to say to them, can we please, and we already had workshops around this, can we have a separate set of conditions of service for municipal police officers than the rest of council, which is aligned to this, to be similar to, it's not the same because it's two different organizations, but that we have systems and disciplinary agreements that a policeman must not only act in the same manner towards every citizen, but he must also be treated in the same manner at the back end. And that unfortunately doesn't exist.
Thank you, Commissioner. You concluded paragraph 52, basically that all this information was shared with Ms. Kasheka's department as per her instruction. So she and her department became aware of what you have just shared with the Commission. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
You then say this process was subsequently halted and to date no further steps have been taken.
Correct, Commissioners.
I take it when you say it was halted, you mean that it just didn't proceed any further than
Correct.
the point at which...
Nothing further happened. We haven't had any meetings further to that effect. Nothing else in the department took place.
Was there any feedback by Ms. Kasheka as the head of HR or her office as regards this vetting process? Was there any formal communication to
There was no further feedback from Kasheka and neither from Lefo, even though on the sidelines I harassed him the whole time and asked him what's happening, what's happening. There was no further feedback.
And you recall from Chief Mapie's directive of the 21st of December 2022, he had indicated that disciplinary action will be instituted against non-compliance. What did Chief Mapie at this juncture, which we say is around the 6th of March 2024, do when this process was halted with the results that you have highlighted in both Annexure RS20 and RS21 regarding members who've got criminal records in the system and members who refuse to be vetted? What did the chief do about all this?
Chief Mapie was already under tremendous pressure of being either suspended or placed on special leave. And I don't know if there was nothing that I, as deputy chief, ever saw that was ever done against any of these officers who refused to submit their fingerprints, or even the people who had a guilty that was found guilty. There was no further steps taken against any of these officers.
So, you're suggesting that Chief Mapie could potentially have been under one of his many suspensions at the time?
Correct.
Because we know that he was finally suspended. The latest is the 25th of September 2024. And this is happening around the 6th of March 2024.
Commissioner Mapie was already in August 2023, after Brigadier Makonasi's disciplinary case has been pushed aside and trying to be stalled. There was already incidents where the then city manager, Mashazi, actually in front of me, she said to him, I'm suspending you now. So this happened here 18 August 2023 already. So he was already suspended. Even though the records will indicate that at a later stage, they altered the documents to actually make that he was placed on special leave for 30 days. And Makonasi was placed in his position to act. So it was a constant harassment against him, and there was no continuity that anyone do it. But as far as my knowledge is, up to the date when I retired in 28 February, nothing was done against these officers at all. And the process was not started or concluded at all.
And equally so, there was no explanation from the upper echelons of EMPD as to the status of this process or why it is not proceeding. It was never communicated to the divisional heads.
Correct, Commissioner.
Was this, to your knowledge, was this matter ever reported to council of
They-
Ekurhuleni?
It wasn't formally reported to council, and that I know of. I do know that there were council questions. The process of council work where councillors will, during a council, they will submit written questions, and then the individual departments must answer. So I know that there have been questions from councillors that was raised in council, but because it is an HR-related issue, it was never answered by our department. We saw the questions, but it was always answered by HR. I don't know their answers because I don't see other departments' answers. But from Metro Police, it was because it is HR-related, it was always pushed back towards HR to say, answer this question.
Is it then fair to assume that equally so, you do not know what attitude council adopted on this matter?
No, I don't know
Personally,
the
you
attitude
don't.
of council against this matter.
You conclude then at paragraph 55 to say, to your knowledge, Brigadier Julius Mkhwanazi is not vetted, neither has his fingerprints been checked. I guess what we do is to qualify that as at the date of your retirement.
Correct. At
Things
the
could
date of
have
my
happened post your
retirement, it's not
retirement,
been
yeah.
vetted.
Okay.
Commissioner, that conclusion, while it speaks to Brigadier Mkhwanazi, it would be fair from your evidence to say, in fact, his whole specialized services unit that had refused to be vetted as at the time of your departure, to your knowledge, none of them had been vetted.
Correct, Commissioner. For criminal records,
For criminal records.
there's not a single person, except Commissioner Mapie, there's not a single person in the Ekurhuleni Metro Police who has been fully vetted with a classification from either crime intelligence or from the State Security Agency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Commissioner Spies, that then takes us to your next heading. You had dealt with the systemic concerns regarding vetting. Do you recall that? Just to verify your paragraphs 53 and 54. You reference your own
Correct, Commissioners.
clearance.
It is, as I stated earlier, is that Commissioner Mkhwanazi, when he was instructed, the three of us were instructed to be fully vetted by, and as I stated earlier, crime intelligence as a division of South African Police Services is the one that was tasked to actually vet us all. But crime intelligence has huge capacity problems. So we then, together with the portfolio committee, was arranged that State Security Agency assist us so that there's two capacities where we can actually do the process. And an arrangement was made at national level through the Chiefs Forum, specifically with state security agencies to assist us to vet all the levels from Chief of Police for all the municipal police services, from Chief of Police to at least Brigadier level, that the top management, plus their secretaries and people who have access to sensitive information, because we all attend meetings with the National Police Commissioner, with Parliament, with Prof joints, with NAT joints, and therefore a decision was made that SSA will assist us to get this process rolling. And that instruction was given by Commissioner Mapie to the three of us that we shall ensure that we submit our fingerprints, a pack of forms to do this vetting. There's a very thick pack of forms and documents that you must add it. You must, for instance, add bank records and information like that. And Commissioner Mkhwanazi at that stage, he blatantly refused and says he will not be vetted. He is exempted from being vetted. That is his words that he actually used. He's exempted from being vetted. It's not part of his contract.
Commissioner, yesterday we made very good progress on pronouncing Mkhwanazi. Let's revert to that, please.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, when you say at that point, Brigadier Mkhwanazi blatantly said that he will not be vetted, is this a different discussion in addition to the big meeting that you had where he walked out?
Correct, Commissioners. The first meeting that we had in the February was dealing with the vetting, and we used the word vetting actually wrong here. It's with a criminal check. So the first one was dealing with a criminal check of all employees, just fingerprints, criminal check. The vetting exercise is when you actually do a full vetting of, it's close to a lifestyle audit, and it's done by crime intelligence or by state security agency, where they verify your interaction with foreign agents, passports, travel out of the country. They have referees that you must provide, that they go and check your bank records, all your assets must be declared, and they then verify it, and you even go at the end of all the investigations done by them, you will go for a polygraph test, and only if, I think, obviously if you pass everything, then they will issue a certificate or classification of specific vetting. And it was also decided at the meeting that we will be vetted up to a top secret level, which is only valid for 5 years, where a confidential level is valid for 10 years, to make sure that we have the correct vetting.
And this vetting, do you know if the city manager ever became aware that this was required to be done and that Brigadier Mkhwanazi had refused to do it?
I do not know if there was any communication to the city manager.
Okay. Thank you.
But sorry, Commissioners, it is part of vetting is also when you're appointed in the senior manager positions in terms of local government structures, you must also comply with what we call the COCTA aptitude and test, and vetting is part of that as well in that process. So she should have known this process because of, maybe not because of the police angle, but definitely because of the senior management angle.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Did you say that the call he made at a meeting was to the head of HR? When you say he was visibly annoyed, even frothing at the mouth?
No, he made the call directly to the city manager.
To the city manager?
He called the city manager, and then when
so
he
the city manager was aware then of the...
It was about the fingerprints checking that his unit and he hasn't been checked.
Okay.
So he made a call about that. It's not about
Okay,
the vetting.
okay.
The vetting came a little bit later when
Okay,
the
all right,
letter
all right.
was sent to us for full vetting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spisset. And then you conclude that discussion with your own clearance certificate that you say it's valid until the 31st of August 2030, and that will be your annexure to RS22, you confirm?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And this is issued by SSA State Security?
Correct, Commissioners.
We then move to the next topic from page 24, and here you deal with the suspension of Chief Mappier and other irregular appointments within EMPD. Let's start with paragraph 56, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
So, on the 17th of August 2023, early in the morning there were WhatsApps being circulated that Chief Mappier will be suspended. And it's like, people make these comments and remarks the whole time. I just ignore all of that going on, and my officers complaining to me what's happening with this. And then the afternoon, we received an instruction that all the brigadiers and the deputy chiefs must immediately report to the city manager's boardroom in Germiston. Upon arrival, as we started to walk in through where the receptionist, as we start to walk in, and this is senior people, this is myself, the deputy chief, the chief of police, and the brigadiers there were, I think it's 8 brigadiers, I will just count them again, but I've listed their names. As we walked in, the VIP protection officers from the city manager who's protecting her confiscated all our cell phones, mobile devices, tablets, and even our computers. And they didn't allow us into the boardroom with any electronic devices. But I walked in with I've got a notebook diary, everything. When I attend meetings, I make notes of everything as I go along. Normally I would make notes electronically, and then later I will, because it's faster for me to type and then write. I'm write very ugly. But in the meeting itself, I actually made notes in my notebook, and I recorded the whole meeting from the notes. I tried to write as fast as possible as individual was speaking. And immediately after the meeting concluded, I left for home. And when I got home, I then typed that whole meeting over from the notebook, so that while it's still fresh in my mind, where I can see I used an abbreviation that only I would know, I would actually just expand the abbreviation and type the minutes over. I have attached that photocopies of my notebook as well to say, but I took photos of the specific notebook in case the notebook ever goes missing. Then I have photos of the notebook as well.
And the photocopies of your notebook are attached as RS-23, and the transcribed notes typed are RS-23 small a, in bracket A. You confirm that?
That's correct.
Now, and starting from page 96 with RS-23. The actual notebook from which you took the pictures that now make up an extra RS-23, you still have that notebook?
Correct.
Should the commissioners need to satisfy themselves that this is not your creation post-fact? You have the actual notebook?
I still have the notebook, and I forwarded this in WhatsApps as well, so there's even proof to date and timestamp this. There's also, as I wrote to my notebook, it starts at 12 o'clock, and when I ended the meeting, it ended at 15:45 at the end of my notebook of this notes.
Okay. Having then confirmed that, I think we shall not subject the commission to your handwriting, so perhaps we turn to Annexure RS-23 bracket A to understand what transpired at that meeting.
The order around the table, and as they are listed, the attendees, it is the order that they sat. I sat with around the table in the boardroom to my left, and if you see, my name is right at the bottom, just before Mrs. Kasheka's name. The city manager sat at the head of the table, and as you go around from her, as I'm facing the boardroom, it was the city manager, then it was Chief Mapie, then it was, at that stage, Brigadier Mkwanasi, and then Brigadier van der Merwe, Deputy Chief Mazolo, Deputy Chief Twabe, Brigadier Nkosi. It was then, on this side of the table was Mr. Letwaba, Director Brigadier Gina, Brigadier Mashlangu, and Brigadier Besaidenout, and then myself, and then Kasheka from this side. So we sat around the table. The city manager opened it, and she was lambasting the department and stating stuff that our revenue collection has dropped, it's no tools of trade. She stated that the ammunition tender has been refused because the NEL, at that stage we had an ammunition tender where the only manufacturer of large-scale ammunition in this country was PMP, which is a subsidiary of the NEL, Pretoria Metal Pressing Works, that makes 9mm ammunition. So we had what we call a Section 110, Section 32 process buying transversal from another State Department process. And this failed because she refused to have it done because she stated the NEL is directly involved in state capture and we must go out on an open tender again so that we can do it. And she then stated she appointed Spies, who was me, but there's no changes in the department. This is a year after my appointment. And she carried on lambasting everything, low staff morale. And what is critical about what she's saying and the way she is saying it is that everyone else was then given a chance to speak, except I didn't get a chance. Just before the meeting, Commissioner Mapie spoke to me in the passages as we walked up the stairs. And he said to me, Commissioner Spies, please do not say anything today. Let us just take whatever is said, punishment, whatever is said, and let us go fix it at the back end. Because the city manager is out to get you, don't say anything. So I said to him, Chief, it's fine, I'll keep quiet. I don't want to lambaste anything or bring anything out in the open. We'll fix the department as we go along. So everyone got a chance to vent. But commissioners, when Mkwanasi started to speak, everything that he said was as if he and the city manager had colluded and they were speaking the same speech. And he was making comments about this de facto chiefs, that Chief Mapie is running, is a bad manager and he's not running the department good enough because there's de facto chiefs. And he mentioned that I'm one of the chiefs that runs the department.
Perhaps, apologies, Commissioner Spies, it might be easiest and quickest if we deal with that side of things with reference to the actual transcribed quote-unquote meeting. And for that purpose, I would refer you to page 105. At having listed the attendees and you highlight that the meeting was open, you have at the bottom of that page a recordal of what was stated by JM. And according to your attendees list, you have JM as the director, James Kwanazi.
He was at that stage appointed as the Director of Specialized Services with a brigadier rank.
Okay, perhaps then if you just read that paragraph at the bottom of 105 to about literally the first quarter of 106. Thank you.
Commissioners, if I can just go 2 paragraphs back, because it touches on what later actually happens
Okay,
as well.
please
It
do.
states where the whole punch is through it, is that never before have we opened cases against one another and running to IPID to open cases. She can also play the same game and go to IPID to open cases against us. She can do the very same thing we do. Why are we doing it? It must be stopped. Directors are treated differently. One gets overtime while the others don't. And dealing with investigations criminally. There's way too many labor cases. It's clear that we are leaderless. The department is dysfunctional. And then she addressed Chief Mapie. Mapie, what happened? It's your second term. She addresses the chief directly. And then she asked, who wants to say something? And a group of the officers put their hands up. JM then started to say, CM, he addressed her. He doesn't speak to anyone else. He says, the department is dysfunctional. We don't have a chief of police. I work for government, not using my connections. But in this department, only people who have connections are promoted or listened to, and all the connections are from Benoni. No one else in EMPD, and only they are close to the chief. We have another de facto chief of police, Duplessis, that gives instructions as if he's running the department, and then seniors must listen to him, a junior. And if you refuse, then he threatens you defying the chief's instructions. Another chief superintendent, Tipa, also have been arrested and not suspended, and no steps taken against. Then another de facto chief, Spies. I'm not even respecting or saluting him anymore. Said by him is nothing, but he runs the department. Projects, logistics projects never discussed with him or with ops, just to whatever he wishes. Supporting but sit in another land. No talking with ops, who took projects or even precincts. No funds, but before COVID there was funds. He sits at office, 300 people but no space. No toilet, all a mess. Another de facto chief of police, Nisa. He will deal with officers who cannot raise any issues. Cases are open and they do the planning exit strategy. Henny Erasmus are remote controlled by Spies and Mapie. Integrity and standards are hiding in cupboards. Anyone not close will be nailed. I lost respect for them and refused to salute them. Operations, no one is clean in this department. Bricks is coming, nothing is done, no one is signing off. If his name is on it, then no one will sign. Ubaba, burying alive. He went to see Mapie and was forced to sit and wait for 5 hours. As a senior, he had to wait while he was in his office. He only saw him after Deputy Chief Mazolo arrived.
And that those words you attribute to Brigadier Mkwanazi in the meeting.
Correct.
The meeting then continued, and I see there are different speakers, as your note reflects. Is there anything in particular you'd like to draw the Commission's attention to?
The other speakers had just very, very little to say. They had like 1 or 2 sentences. So Brigadier van der Merwe, for instance, that because she mentioned the ammunition tender, he just submitted to her that we have initiated the tender again, and we have submitted already application to supply chain. We're waiting for a contract number, and we have specifications ready. Then she answered him immediately back to say, but your specifications must be changed so that there can be successful bidders. And he answers back to say, but our specifications are as per legislation and are correct, but it will be submitted as soon as we have a contract number. The main portion, and that is linked to previous discussions already, when we procure ammunition, one of the requirements in our tenders is that the supplier who gets the tender must have a dealership license from the South African Police Service, CFR. Because only people who have a dealership license may deal with ammunition. And what has happened is that companies have been appointed in the past where they don't have a dealership license, they become a middleman. So they effectively will buy the ammunition from someone and then sell it to us. And that is illegal because you are then in possession, even if it's just on paper maybe. But the ammunition must be delivered by us in terms of the tender at our offices. And that transfer of the ammunition and moving of it, the company who provides us must comply and be legal. So there was an instruction from her that we must remove that requirement that anyone can provide the ammunition to us. And the answer was, but we cannot. The law says there must be this in it. And that's what Brigadier van der Merwe then answered her back. Mr. Mazzolo, just everyone you will see has a very, very little input into it. It was more, there's problems with our structure. The council was busy with a reorganization and the structure was not yet implemented and officers were placed. So a lot of officers were making comments about the structure. Brigadier Nkosi, he is also originating from the so-called Benoni officers. And where this remark comes from is that when the Metro Police were established, or the city of Ekurhuleni was established, it was an amalgamation of 9 existing councils, which is the Benoni, Kempton, Nigel, Boksburg, Brakpan, Springs, Alberton, Germiston, and Edenvale. Those cities were amalgamated into one. And obviously when the Metro Police was started, the traffic officers from those departments were the inauguration members and founding members of the municipal police. And then there's groupings, because officers obviously know one another well, they've been working for years together. So groupings started to happen, that there's a group of officers from Benoni, and there's a group of officers from Germiston, or a group from Kempton Park. And the illusion here is that the officers from Benoni are being treated specially. And Brigadier Nkosi is also an ex-Benoni officer. So he started to say, CM, the Benoni employees, that Brigadier Julius Makwana, and immediately she cut him off. Stop, don't speak about what anyone here has said. It's if you want to say anything else. So everyone was, it's as if the meeting was done so that Julius Makonasi can speak, she can speak, the rest was just there as ad lib for a short paragraph and that. And
before you move ahead, I think we have a sense of who the main drivers of the meeting were. And for whatever reason, others did not or could not speak. I would like to draw your attention to at page 107. There is a conversation there, or there is an input being made by OB, and going back to the list of attendees, you have OB listed as Director O. Bezuidenhout, correct?
Bezuidenhout, correct.
I mean, I tried to read what you have recorded here, and perhaps you are best placed to explain it to us all. It starts at about midway of page 107, where OB says, ma'am, just 2 things. Disciplinary matters, hearings, outcomes are dismissed by 90%. Then it's going to deal with WOA roadblocks and the like. Would you like to expound on that, please?
The disciplinary matters hearings that he refers there to is that a lot of our officers, the disciplinary hearings take place, but because we are working under the SALGBC SALGA disciplinary hearing process, the chairpersons are not from the Metro Police, they could be from any department, and the officers are treated as if they're normal council employees. And then if the officer committed, for instance, it could be a matter of bribery, where the officer stopped an offender and he took money from him, and then there's a whole disciplinary case that happened, is that the officer it's possible that he would be dismissed by the chairperson, but then that officer will run to the Labour Court and he will be reinstated because HR will not contest the matter and the officer will be reinstated. It also happens when the chairpersons, when an officer, for instance, it's a simple incident that took place during COVID. There was obviously lockdown level 5 and 4 where no one was allowed to travel or move in the country except if you have certificates. And the police were obviously, when we were on duty, we used to work. So at one of our roadblocks, one of our off-duty officers drive into the roadblock. And he was then stopped. And as he was stopped, he jumped out and he ran away and he left the car behind. But because he was stupid, the officers know him. he works with them. They went to his house and that. But in the meantime, it was discovered that the vehicle he was traveling in was a stolen vehicle. And subsequently, he was then charged criminally, and he was found guilty for contravening the COVID regulations. The stolen vehicle portion, he wasn't found guilty eventually, because I think there's a challenge with the South African Police Service not cancelling the vehicle when it was recovered, or it was his neighbour's vehicle and he just borrowed it, and that he wasn't found criminally guilty for that. But in his disciplinary hearing, the ruling was that he be docked unpaid for 10 days. And in that unpaid, it included the public holiday as well. So he even got unpaid for a holiday as well. So it's things like that that Brigadier Besaidenout is addressing, is to say that our officers, the disciplinary process inside is broken. Because it's not done by us, it's done by HR, and HR appoints presiding and presenting officers, and those doesn't understand the policing environment, where we say if a police officer comes on duty drunk, to us it's extremely serious, because he drives a vehicle, he's in charge of a firearm, he can kill people while he's drunk. But to HR, it's just another employee who is drunk who must go to EAP and be treated completely different. So that is what Occurrence Besaidenout is referring there. The low morale that he's referring to is that there was, for a long period of time, we were not allowed to appoint anyone because of the structural changes between 2015 and 2019, and no structure has yet been approved, and we're implementing a new structure, and the existing people must first be placed in the structure. So it happened that due to natural attrition, is that the supervisory level, which is the more senior older people, would start to actually vacate the premises or vacate the service, is that we have a large amount of officers acting as supervisors, and there's no real appointed. The WAs, it stands for warrant of arrest. We have a warrant of arrest unit, and we do warrant of arrest operations with roadblocks, where the printed warrant of arrest and digital versions of that, we would stop public during a normal roadblock, and we will verify the existence of warrant of arrest. That is what he's discussing it. And then the Drager, when he speaks about the Drager must be calibrated or not, we received a donation from the South African breweries where they donated Dragers to us over and above our Drager, but there was because it was their Drager to be used and our Drager, there was a discrepancy about who must calibrate them. It's not ours, it's theirs. And then eventually it changed into where a formal donation was made and a formal handover process where council adopted and then assetized and accepted the Dragers, and then that is what the Drager references to that.
Okay, now so I understand, this Drager you reference here, is that a breathalyzer tool to measure alcohol content in one's body?
That's correct. When you do drunken driving, anti-drunken driving operations at roadblocks, it's an evidentiary breathalyzer machine.
So, and one of them is donated to EMPD by SAB? South African Breweries. Okay.
Yes.
You indicated earlier, I think when you started this conversation, that you didn't get an opportunity to speak in this meeting.
Correct. It's actually.
But if you look at page 107 there, after dealing with the Drager, it reads CM, I take it that's the city manager. Rivo, no, you do not have your hand up, and then you say, no, ma'am, I did not have my hand up, and then you speak thereafter. Because
at that stage, she mentioned in the beginning that we've got a loss of revenue, or a lack of revenue, and my division, auxiliary services, deal with fine administration and municipal courts. We are the ones that report the revenue. So it's not that we can generate revenue, we're the ones that report it, because the officers on the road is the ones who write the notices and the fines, but we are the ones that capture it and actually deposit the money, so we can report back on the revenue. So I wanted to address what she said in the beginning about the revenue. And I started to speak, but then she says, no, Revo, you did not have your hand up, because initially she only stated who wants to say something and that. And then the chief interjected to say, because I did acknowledge, I didn't have my hand up, but she made a remark after everyone was given the opportunity that I need to address now. And then chief answered her to say, CM, I just want Revo to explain more about the fines portion. And then he says, Chief, no, he did not have his hands up. Revo, do you have anything to say? And I said, just 2 clarifications. And then she immediately interjected again to say, you're not dealing with what I set around the table. Only my issues I set in the beginning. And then I said, it's the 2 issues you speak with what you said initially. The one matter where you spoke about the one director getting overtime and the others not. This is at that moment, it's a highly contentious issue in the department. Because there are 8 directors, of which Brigadier van der Merwe is he's in logistics reporting to me, and the other directors is in operations. The Chief of Police issued an instruction linked to capacity about saving cost earlier in the year, where we were supposed to cut 50% of our expenditure budget, and overtime was cut and down to a maximum of, for admin staff, 32 hours, and for operational officers to 40 hours. And in that same instruction, the overtime for brigadiers was stopped completely because they were not supposed to respond to it. They're on standby and they're dealing with it. So overtime was stopped for them completely. They're also earning way above the threshold, the Labour Relations Act or the Basic Conditions of Employment Act threshold. So they're not really even entitled to overtime. But we did pay them overtime if they work operations or anything. And we use an electronic capturing system for some, and some use a manual paper feed. The e-left is the system that is being captured on. And Brigadier van der Merwe captured time due, meaning that he won't get paid overtime, but he will take time due in lieu of the overtime that he have worked. So he captured on his electronic system, he captured his time due. At the end of May, the payroll system paid him the overtime. And then he went back to the payroll to say, you made a mistake, you paid me overtime, I worked and it was stopped the overtime. So the payroll then agreed that the next following month, they will subtract the overtime paid to him again and then reinstate it on his leave side as time due. In this period, this is now happening. And Brigadier Mkonasi then went to the city manager and he lodged the grievance about the overtime. And Kemi Bihari was the chairperson of this grievance hearing. And Kemi Bihari then made a ruling, even though Bihari acknowledged that the pay office has already agreed that they will reverse the payment to Van der Merwe. Bihari still made a ruling to say that based on the fact that one brigadier is getting overtime, the rest must immediately get overtime. And then their overtime was reinstated. So this is my explanation to that matter, where they addressed the overtime of that, and which she mentioned in the beginning. And I stated it exactly as that as well, is that the lady second in charge of the payroll, Helena Hatang, they were discussing it on emails, and there's proof to this effect, and Helena answered him back to say it will be recovered. Don't go and, there was actually a joke, don't go and spend it, it will be recovered from him. And it was eventually recovered from him. But then, because of this outcome of Bihari, in his grievance, he stated that the brigadiers at this very high salary can get overtime again, and since then they work and get paid overtime again. And
Before you proceed, if you just put your finger there. Chair, I see it is 11 o'clock. Might this be an appropriate time to take your tea adjournment? And when we come back, please remember, Commissioner, that's where we pick up the conversation. Thank you.
Let us adjourn and resume at 11:20.
11:20, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Spies, when we broke for tea, we're still dealing with your transcribed minute, quote unquote, at RS 23 in parenthesis A. We are now at page 107, and you have highlighted the aspects you sought to address in that meeting with the city manager. I would like to refer you to the bottom of that page 107. There is a conversation that, or there are some contributions made in this meeting. If you could take it up to first 1/3 part of 108. Thank you.
Commissioners, it's still dealing with the overtime portion that I discussed, and the city manager answered me to say, but that's not what the chief said yesterday. I then answered her to say, ma'am, that is what happened. We have all the proof and confirmation from the pay office. She then addressed Linda. Linda is Kasheka. That cannot be left, it is on purpose. And she then answered, yes, ma'am, it's not an error. I then answered to say, ma'am, I then support the chief in his earlier submission that all the issues raised be addressed and submitted to you via formal memo. She immediately answered the chief and then, Chief, see, Revo is running the department. He's actually telling you what to do. I interjected and I said, no, ma'am. I stated I am supporting the chief and that he will issue a letter to you. And then she said, you are not telling the chief what he must do. Deputy Chief Mapie, Kwabe and Mzolo is quiet. Revo is the only one supporting the chief. Clearly the department is run by Revo Spies. Proof in him responding in writing. Doesn't have resources, cut across, affect all departments. The city have very little budget. Everyone must prioritize order and place revenue first. Linda, do you have something to say?
We can stop there. So I think we have about the gist of what the meeting, how the meeting went. I would like to direct you to the bottom of page 108, which are the city manager's closing remarks of that meeting, where she starts, the airport is important.
The city manager stated that the airport is important and we shall partake in the bricks. Very little budget, you shall give uniform and firearms and give them the tools of trade. Chief, I can see you are overwhelmed and therefore you shall take leave. Get debriefed, rest and come back neutral and objective. Director North, that's referring to Brigadier Gina, stated she is depressed and this is wrong. I am normally not harsh, but I'm thoughtful. You only have one woman and Hamilton is prioritized. Is he related to the chief? He gets first choice. And Mazolo, you must act like a real chief, not like a nurse. This is a military environment. I am stronger than you, always speaking about ulcers and body has problems. You must stop being so weak. Stop discriminating against hard workers. Mapie, you shall take special leave and the rest shall report through Mazolo. If you are afraid, fragile or important, go to him for solution. The team must be united like brothers and sisters, a very close scrutiny. And then the meeting adjourned at 15:45.
Perhaps instead of important, that's probably impotent. In context, in the context of everything else. IMPOTENT, or was it really important?
Commissioner,
I'm not at the correct place because my notes...
If you go to your last sentence in that, no, your third actually, second line from the bottom where you say, you quote it as saying, if you are afraid / fragile. Do you see where I'm reading? On page 108, Commissioner.
I am there. So, Commissioner, it is based from my notes, and it is typed as my notes are, and my note spelling, and this spelling, and sometimes when I wrote, so I typed, there was a full stop, important, / come to them for solutions. So, it was most probably in the context of at that moment in time, she said, if it is something important, go to them for solutions. So it's going to Mazolo.
I get it.
And
I get it.
So it was, I unfortunately don't have shorthand, but it was from a forcefully rushed writing and then just typing exactly what I had actually noted.
Thank you, thank you. I was reading it in combination or conjointly with the afraid and fragile. No,
Yeah.
thank you, I understand, Commissioner.
It is on my notes on page 104 at the fourth last line. Report through Mazzolo, full stop. Then afraid/fragile, full stop. Important / come to them for solution, full stop. So it's in that basis. It's not at all as I typed.
That makes perfect sense, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And you say at that, with those remarks and her decision to place Chief Mapie on special leave, the meeting adjourned at 15:45.
Correct.
If you turn now to to paragraph 58 of your statement at page 25.
Sorry, Ms. Lo, before
Yes,
you
ma'am.
do that, Commissioner, in that same page 108, if you go up, there's just up above what you've read, there's another biggish paragraph which says CM, where she speaks, and of particular interest is where she seems to give instructions about reporting lines. Do you want to read that paragraph? It starts, it is very clear from all the communication.
The city manager stated it's very clear from all that communication, and low morale is an issue. It's clear that the department is dysfunctional. And the typo, I must go back to my notes to see what exactly. There are Reno communication and no transparency, and as KM, which is Brigadier Claymore Mashlango stated, lead by fear. No revenue is forthcoming. I therefore have decided, Mapie, you shall take special leave with immediate effect, and Mazzolo shall act in your place so that you can clear your head, rest, and come back neutral and with no biasness. The whole team shall report to me, but I do not deal with juniors, so you shall deal through Mazzolo with me. I want the brick plans to be submitted to me with immediate effect so that it can be approved today still. And then Mazzolo answered, ma'am, it has been signed off.
Yes, that part that says the whole team shall report to me, what did it mean, and in fact, what became the practice after this?
It was as if she said that everyone sitting around the table will report to her. But then she corrected it to say that because she doesn't deal with juniors as if we are juniors, and that Mazzolo will then act as the acting chief of police, and we will report through him. And the BRICS, what she was referring to BRICS is obviously there was a BRICS conference going on at that stage, and there was an operational plan that had to be signed off and approved within the department in the normal processes. And then when she mentioned that that plan must be signed off by her, which is not correct, the plan is signed off by the chief of police, is when Goodman was always answered, it has been signed off, and then Chief Mapie also say it has been signed off and approved already.
Thank you. Now, looking at this minute, your note rather, of what transpired at the meeting, it seems to have discussed quite a number of important issues. Were you provided with an agenda for this meeting of what was going to be discussed in advance of the meeting?
No, Commissioner. So as I stated earlier, is that we were telephonically instructed that we shall report to the city manager's office immediately. And when we arrived, after all our instruments and everything's been confiscated, we were ushered into the boardroom. And as soon as everyone sat down, she came into the boardroom from her office. There was no agenda. There was nothing said what it is about or anything at all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
And this is the meeting then, as indicated, of the 17th of August, 2023.
It's correct, Commissioner.
Was this meeting ever formally recorded? Is there a minute of this meeting?
No, it's only my notes. Nothing else exists and no one else. I took the notes as we were sitting there, and there's no formal recording of this meeting at all except my notes.
I turn then to paragraph 58 of your statement. At 58 and 59, you deal with the aftermath of this meeting. Could you take the commissioners through that?
The meeting is, as I stated, it ended when Commissioner Mapie made a suggestion that we as a team go back and we draft a strategic plan and a turnaround, and we submit it to her in writing. And I then obviously answered and says, I support the chief in that we do it in this manner so that we can submit a formal turnaround strategy to her. And she cut me short and she then immediately instructed Chief Mapie that he's suspended and he's placed on special leave, and that Mazolo will act in his stead. The following day, which is the Friday, we heard through the grapevine, and we also saw that on the WhatsApp groups, that the Chief of Police has been formally suspended. And I received on the Friday, during the weekend, that Saturday morning, I received an email wherein Commissioner Mazolo was appointed as the acting Chief of Police from the 19th of August till I think the 20th of September, for a whole month that he was appointed as the acting Chief of Police.
You have it reflected at paragraph 59, overleaf at 25, 19 August to 2nd October 2023.
Correct. He was appointed then to act in Chief Mapie's leave. Later during the following week thereafter, there started to be Colonel Du Plessis, who's the staff officer of the chief, started to try to correct the situation because we have an electronic system of attendance and leave management system called eLeft, and he attempted to assist to capture the chief's leave, because it was then stated at the back end, no, the chief took sick leave. And we tried to then say, but then we need to have a sick note, because if you capture sick leave for a longer period, the system automatically forces you, if it's longer than 2.5 days, to have a sick note attached, otherwise it will not allow you to do it. So in this process, when we tried to capture it, Colonel Du Plessis said, but he cannot capture it. He cannot get into the eLeft to capture it. He discussed it with the city manager's secretary, Ms. Linda Nyker, and she said to him, just leave it alone. It will be sorted at the back end and you don't have to worry further about it. And that's where it stopped, where it's as if it was now suddenly he's on normal leave and the city will at the back end correct the system. But according to my knowledge, he was suspended. And at the later stage, we heard through the grapevine and through council, where council answers was provided to council, is that it was recorded that the city manager said he's placed on special leave.
You say right at the, the very last sentence of paragraph 58, you say that what was on WhatsApp was initiated by Brigadier Julius Mkwanazi. Did you yourself receive a WhatsApp text from Brigadier Mkwanazi in this regard?
No,
If
Commissioner,
not,
I'm not part of that operational groups, but my staff actually came to me and they showed me this WhatsApps to say, have you seen this rumors going around? And my answer to them was, ignore the rumors and stay off the chats. Don't get involved in these chats.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You reference for record purposes RS 24 at page 109 of your annexed file, and that you say is the letter appointing Commissioner Mzolo to act for the period 19 August 2023 to 2nd October 2023 as the Chief of Police of EMPD.
That's correct. It's on page 109, the acting letter.
So effectively, based on your testimony and the letter of appointment to Commissioner Mzolo, at this juncture, following this meeting, the chief was placed on special leave for a period of about 6 weeks.
Correct, Commissioners.
And the basis is as articulated by the city manager, based on your note, which is that he's being placed on special leave with immediate effect, and Mzolo shall act in your place so that you can clear your head, rest, and come back neutral and with no biasness, as reflected in page 108.
Correct, Commissioners.
That's an illness that required him to be on special leave for 6 weeks.
According to the city manager, yes.
Thank you. From paragraph 60, you move on to a different issue. No, before I do so, can I refer us to page 110? This is following the letter of appointment for Commissioner Mzolo to act as Chief of Police. At 110, it's application for leave of absence. Can you talk us through this document that you have attached?
This is a paper process application for leave of absence So there's two methods. The one is the electronic method, and then if you don't have access to electronic method, you can also do a paper manual process. This is the normal approved application for leave. On the top left portion is the Chief of Police details, Mapiyeye Isaac Jabulani, and then his employee number, and then his signature, and its date of application is 18/8/2023. And then it states from and to, and then the dates is 23/08/19 to 23/10/02, which is 30 days. And at the bottom, it is under special point 5, it's listed as special leave, and it just say other, and there's a cross made there. And then at D, the approval, at the approved portion is a tick mark, the signature of the city manager, and then a handwritten date of 18/3/2023.
So a reading of this document would suggest that, because I see it's got space under A, personal particulars for signature by the affected employee, right?
Correct.
And based on what we have previously seen, that looks like Chief Mapiye's signature.
Correct, Commissioner.
So this document would suggest that Chief Mapiyeye actually on the 18th of March 2023, a day after the meeting, he personally applied for leave of absence for a period of 30 working days.
This is what this document indicates, even though at the leave period, there are mistakes there, because we work in terms of work days. The 19th was a Saturday, and the 20th was a Saturday, so the leave officially would have actually started on Monday, the 21st. And I don't know the exact date of the 2nd, but leave would normally be work days. It won't be weekends because of your employment contract.
Chair,
Ms.
yes.
Sildo, you said March, it was August.
August, yes. Thank you, Chair. It was August 08, that's correct. So the correction that the Chair makes is that the meeting was held on the 17th of August,
Correct.
2023. This application for leave of absence is dated, at least it's signed by the supervisor. And who is the supervisor in this case?
It is the city manager, Mashazi.
So the city manager signs it on the 18th, the next day, on the 8th.
That is what this letter states, yes.
And you confirm that a reading of this document would suggest that the chief of police, on his own volition, applied for leave of absence.
That is what this letter would purport, is that the chief signed the letter to apply for leave.
If the chief did not, if you do know, did not need leave, did not want to go on leave, do you have an idea why he signed this document?
Out of fear and out of retribution, the city manager directly reports to the city manager, and she's actually chasing him away and forces him to sign this.
And do you know who determined that 30 days is the period for which he shall be on leave? Does the chief complete this form? Does it come to him completed? How normally does it happen?
This letter was typed and completed on behalf of him.
By?
With all respect to the chief himself, he doesn't really use a computer, and he doesn't have access to this form, so this form has been completed on behalf of him by someone, I don't know who, and it was then just submitted to him for signature.
All he had to do then was append his signature to a document that has already been completed.
Correct.
And he did go on this leave for that period from the 18th of
Correct.
August.
He was away from the office for that period, and Commissioner Mazola was acting as the chief of police in that period.
Okay.
And Commissioner, this would have been paid leave,
Correct, Commissioners.
where it is given to him by the city manager who decided he must take leave, and then he sits at home and he gets paid for it, even though he didn't ask for leave.
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Okay, we then move to the next issue from paragraph 60 of your statement at page 25. And you deal here with communication from a certain quote unquote big can you deal with with that communication. Thank you.
I can, Commissioners, but I must apologize upfront if I pronounce it in a Malungu manner, because it's...
Not even I can take chances there, because I don't know what language this is.
This was on a weekend. I did receive on that Sunday evening an email from an email address, which is Biki, and this email was sent to Jeff Weeks at 24.com, and I was just a CC recipient in this, and it was, the CC recipients was Linda Kasheka, Tolani and Nisa, Imogen Mashazi, myself, Chief Mapie, and Kemi Bihari as the head. And then there was a title in this email of favoritism, corruption. And I ignored that email completely. It came in on a Sunday and I looked at it and I just ignored it. I didn't touch anything or work with it. The same sender sent then on the September of 2nd, 2023 at 15:14 to the same group of people, but this time they added a person with the name of Vukile Mlangwana with a list of attachments.
Before we move on to the other annexure where now Vukile Mlungwana is added, can we deal with the actual email that you received? And that is RS25, appearing at page 111 of the annexure file.
Correct, Commissioners. On page 111, it's an email which is dated 20 August 2023, 20:43 in the evening. The list of people that I've already mentioned.
Yes.
And then the email state, "Hi Jeff, I am reporting on the basis of anonymity. Some time ago, you reported a very serious incident to one of our colleagues about one security firm called CAT VIP. The incident took place some time ago earlier on during the year. My understanding is that a certain law firm was appointed to oversee the matter by charging Julius Mkwanazi. According to a document in my possession, Julius Mkwanazi was charged and his hearing was supposed to sit sometime in July this year. However, this did not happen. And as such, Julius Mkwanazi has since not faced a disciplinary hearing. I suspect that the law firm that was appointed could have received something in return. Please report this to the media and shame the municipality for protecting corrupt officials. Please be careful, however, because Julius is highly connected with Madlanga, who is also a suspect in the murder of Dukaran Barbita, together with the CFO. My case of unfair labor practice has also not been solved by Ekurhuleni. Please follow up on this, as we need people like you to climb down on corruption. I am told from reliable sources that Imogen Mashazi, who is the city manager, is the one who is protecting Julius Mkwanazi."
And as you correctly point out, it does indicate that you are one of the recipients. As at the 20th of August, you said you ignored this email, but as at the 20th of August and since then, were you able to establish the identity of the sender of this email? Because this person speaks of an unfair labor, his own unfair labor practice has also not been resolved, has also not been solved by Ekurhuleni. So am I reading it correctly to interpret it to mean that this is somebody who was either an employee of or is, at the time of writing this email, an employee of the city, whether EMPD or other department?
I do not know the author or the sender of this, and just by referencing unfair labor practice, there's more than 24,000 employees who could have unfair labor practice there. It is not known. I must indicate that the Bihari appointed a company with a forensic firm.
Before we get there, so my question was, you never got to establish the identity of this person?
To date, it's not known who this is. Even I don't know where it comes from.
Okay, you had already started dealing with almost like the same email. You said this time it included Vukile Mlungwana. You deal with that at paragraph 61 of your statement, and you attach another email of a later date of the 2nd of September 2023 as RS26 starting at 112. And you wanted to speak to this particular email.
Correct. This email, it's very similar. I don't know who this Vukile Mlangwana is. Even to date, I don't know who it is, but it was added to the email. It's the only difference between the two. And then there was a much longer explanation of it. And I don't know if I must read it into record as well. No,
No, it's not necessary, thank you.
it's a much longer email which now included names of law firm Madlanga. It included Henny Erasmus, who is the one who compiled the report, Kasheka that signed and authorized. So explain the problem. And then it goes further to say, Kemi Bihari did not call Madlanga an advocate. So he adds a lot of stories and a lot of background about judgments, and at the last paragraph he ends up to say that the Labour Court, Imogen Mashasi, was found guilty of contempt of court for protecting an employee who was dismissed. And there's also a case on the next page which deals with Zamisa Mark, who's an advocate, sexually harassed by a boss, Lifu Makoba, and nothing happened, and white woman was arrested. So it's a long email again, just rambling on about things that is happening on the sideline in the city at that stage.
Did you know of any of the issues that are addressed here? Did you have any personal knowledge of these issues and what this email was talking about?
Yes, there is, for instance, immediately after these emails, the directive that Leonard Kasheka and Kemi Bihari, so there was originally a delegation in terms of the SLGBC disciplinary agreement where the city manager as the accounting officer is the authorized representative, and she delegated this matter to Kolani and Nisa, the divisional head of ER. But immediately after these emails, she issued a new instruction where nothing in the city of Ekurhuleni can now be done if there's any misconduct allegations. Everything must be submitted to Bihari as the head of legal so that he can make a determination if there should be investigation or not. So, and Nisa's powers and everything was immediately revoked as well, so that he's not involved in this process at all anymore, even though that has been the standard and how it's been dealt with for history. The other people that they mention, I know about it in the sense that there's rumors that run in the department. So I definitely heard that Advocate Markey there was complaints about sexual harassment. I know about that. I know that there's other officers that have been harassed, and that. So I know about the rumors, but I don't have the direct facts about all of them.
Thank you for that. You moved then to paragraph 62, from paragraph 62 and 63. There you deal with the IPID negative recommendation, and I think we've dealt with this recommendation by IPID before when we were dealing with IPID matters. You recall that?
Correct, Commissioners. It is where IPID, after their initial investigation into the so-called blue light saga and the registration of the vehicles, they've concluded their initial investigation and they issued what we call a negative recommendation. IPID, every case that IPID investigate, they will issue one, either positive recommendation or negative. A positive recommendation is good for us as municipal police. It means the officer has done his work correctly and they don't find any wrongdoing. A negative recommendation is when they found something and we as a city must do something depending on what they recommended. So that was then, and it was part of this it was part of that attached to it, where someone has got access to it. And I stated earlier in my testimony as well as this negative recommendation was actually served on the then mayor in Gondwana, and nothing has been done with this, and this is where the matter is. So I know that this was served and nothing was done with this matter at all, and no feedback was given to IPID at all.
We move then to your paragraph 64, where you deal with
Can I just
yes.
ask, in your experience and maybe practice, if material is served on the mayor, such as in this case, as you say, ordinarily what then happens with that? What does the mayor do with that?
The city of Ekurhuleni has got an executive mayor, meaning that he's overall in charge, and his direct report to him would be the city manager. She's accounted to the mayor. So if the mayor is served with anything, he will immediately hand it over to the city manager's accounting officer to deal with it.
In your expectation, this negative outcome or report would have been served on was served on the mayor, but in your expectation, he would then have handed it over to the
Correct.
city manager to deal with.
Correct. The mayor would hand anything that is in his official capacity given to him, anything related to the city, the mayor will hand it over because he's the executive mayor, but as a political head, and the city manager is the official appointed to deal with the council as the accounting officer. So the mayor would hand anything over to the accounting officer, which is the city manager.
Is there a scenario, at least, that you can envision where the mayor the councillor Ngotwana may well, rather the city manager in fact, may well say, I never received this from the mayor. I don't know anything about this IPID negative report or negative outcome.
But based on what, it's possible that you can try to infer it, but this negative recommendation eventually makes its way into even the legal department with Bihari, and it makes its way to the HR, HOD. So the mayor itself wouldn't deal with the lower levels. The only way it could get there is through the city manager to the heads of Department of Legal and Human Resources.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. We move on then to your paragraphs 64 and 65. You had earlier sought to highlight the fact that Advocate Bihari had appointed a firm with the name the forensic firm. Do you see where I'm reading from?
Correct.
And then you take issue with some of the conclusions drawn in that report, and you highlight at least two in paragraph 64 and 65. Can you deal with that aspect of your evidence?
At that stage, the councillors in council already had lots of questions about what happens and have the investigation against Brigadier or Commissioner Mkwanasi, has it been concluded and what is the status of it? And the answers from the city manager and from HR and from legal was that they have appointed a forensic firm to investigate this matter. That was the answer they gave to council. However, when this report surfaced and the firm was then appointed, and if you look at the report itself, the forensic firm that was appointed has been appointed with a specific mandate, which they even state in their mandate. They've been appointed to find the whistleblowers who released Mkwanasi's pay number into the public domain. They weren't investigating anything about Mkwanasi. They were investigating the whistleblowers. That's clearly their mandate. Based on the emails of this big emails, they were investigating that. In their report, as you go through it, they even state that they accessed our emails at the back end, which is obviously possible if you have, it's official email, so they can have access to my history of my emails. And they then came to a conclusion at their recommendations that they cannot find any link between any official or anyone from Ekurhuleni between us and that email, which makes sense to me because none of us, I think, would have done it in any case. So they make this remark and the recommendation. They cannot find any link to anyone, and therefore they cannot take further steps. And then their last or second last remark that they make is that they suggest that Commissioner Mkwanasi must lodge a complaint against his seniors and take official steps against his seniors for releasing his pay number in the public domain, which is absolutely nonsensical. If you have to find whistleblowers and you then come with a report back and say, we've done this investigation into whistleblowers, we cannot find a whistleblower, we cannot link this, and then you make a remark that everyone in this report who's a senior to him must be reported and he must lodge a complaint against us for releasing, when it was found that none of us released it. So that to me is absolutely nonsensical, and it shows very clearly how deep the protection is going, that they even go with a false mandate to appoint a forensic firm to actually investigate a wrong angle and then come back and say nobody's been cleared. In the meantime, they just couldn't find the whistleblowers.
Thank you. And that report you have attached to your papers as RS-27. I see it is dated June 2024. On the front page of the report, bottom left, it's got a date, 20th June 2024.
Correct, Commissioner.
That's the date of the report.
That's the date on the report, but I only got hold of this later after it was served at the council.
And do you know, on this date you were still in the employ of IPID. Do you know what became of the recommendations of the report? Were they acted upon? or what steps were taken, particularly insofar as what you highlight at paragraph 64 and 65 are concerned? Do you know if any of those steps were taken?
I do not know if any of these steps have been taken at all.
Okay.
Because it's nonsensical. I don't know how you implement nonsensical findings and recommendations. There's specifically where, if you, for instance, look at the page 157, which is the page of their recommendations.
Yes?
The very first sentence says, disciplinary action cannot be recommended against the person using the pseudonym Bikki, as the investigation team was unable to establish his or her identity. They couldn't do anything against Ngisa because he's no longer an employee. And then they go with Majang, and that they think there's wasteful and fruitful expenditure for that.
Fruitless, rather.
Fruitless and wasteful expenditure because Majang was paid 45,000 Rand and to act as the legal representative, which was subsequently withdrawn by the city, which I don't know that it was withdrawn by the city at all. And then the last sentence, 14.4 at the bottom, is that Mkonasi should lodge a formal complaint against the EMPD senior officials who were responsible for the breaches identified in this report. We also, on the next page, there's findings that they make that the city must change their method of, because there's no policy or anything related to donations or anything like that. And it's part of my observation is that they clearly doesn't know the city. The city have got a gift and donations policy. There is legislation in the MFMA Act. There's, in all of this matters, there is policies. There is a approved DPCA, which is a signed disciplinary agreement between us. And they state that the charges against him was not in line with that because they were looking at registration, and they say, but false registration or uttering, but that is not the charges that was levied against him. The charges is for dishonesty, for misconduct, which is dealt with. The main charges is dishonesty and misconduct, and that's what the disciplinary agreement made provision for. The fact that the vehicle is registered falsely and incorrectly, or the fact that what Brigadier Mkonasi or Commissioner Mkonasi did at that specific stage is the micro detail of the charge. But the contravention of the disciplinary agreement is at a higher level of misconduct, of dishonesty. That is what the charges are, and that is contained in the. So this is, to me, it's a nonsensical report that was just created to make it as if there was someone appointed to absolve him from this matter.
Thank you. We now turn to paragraph 66. We had to go deal with the forensic firm report, much as it's dated June 2024, to complete that conversation around the Bikki emails. From your paragraph 66, you go back to the events of November.
Advocacy law, the date
Yes,
of
Commissioner.
20 June 2024 must be an error because the two emails we are referring to were dated August and September.
Of 2023.
Yes. Oh, so this is 2024.
Yes, the report comes now in
following year.
2024,
I'm with you.
almost about a year later.
Correct.
But then if we go to paragraph 66, you step back again to November 2023, which is following the order of events. We just had to deal with the report dated much later to complete that whole issue regarding the Bikki emails. Do you see where we are, Commissioner Spies?
Correct.
If you could
Ms.
then,
Silas, can I
yes,
just-
Commissioner.
Can I just check this with you? Are you saying you're still coming to deal with the report?
No, we had dealt with, if the Commissioner's got questions.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
I
please.
just want to clarify something. Commissioner, I ask this really because things do seem to have been very dynamic, if you like, that decisions were made on the spot. Now we do things differently. And so my question comes against that kind of background. At that page 157 that you were looking at, and this is still the report, under the heading recommendations, 14.2.1, it reads breaching section 774 of the SALGBC DPCA by appointing Majang to act as legal representatives for the city in the Mkhwanazi matter without having obtained the prior consent of Mkhwanazi to do so. And then something similar in the next paragraph, but now with reference to a different statute, breaching section 78(1)A, B, C, and E of the MFMA by appointing Majang to act as a legal representative for the city in the Mkhwanazi matter without having obtained the prior consent of Mkhwanazi to do so. Now, the first question is, was there such a policy, procedure, or practice in the city that when employees are subjected to disciplinary action, their consent would be sought before people are appointed to process those disciplinary processes?
Commissioner, the SALGBC DPCA is the disciplinary agreement that is applicable to all local government employees. And it has a clause, 7.74, which states that when you take disciplinary action against an employee, the employee can be represented by a colleague or anyone from his organized labor or a colleague. And the city will then be appointed someone from the Human Resource Department or from the city itself. And then there is a clause that states that, however, if the city decides to appoint outside lawyers firm, then it shall consult with the employee. It is there as a clause. However, in the history of the city, it has in the past always been that when matters are of a forensic nature or a complicated nature that cannot be dealt with by internal employees because of the nature of the case, then outside lawyers firms, which is on a panel and appointed, will be selected and they will then be appointed. So up to that date, it's always been that if it's a complicated matter, then it will be outside presiding officers and that. And the word consult does not mean ask permission. It means the word of consult. So consult in this case was most probably, and maybe Mr. Nisa can answer that better because he's the one who actually did it. But from my experience, always when there was a complicated matter which involved highly technical or forensic matters, it was presiding and presenting officers only were appointed from outside and not from inside.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Commissioner Baloyi. Just for the record, Mr. Nisa is the next witness, and he will go into deeper, in more detail around these labor and HR-related matters. Thank you. Commissioner Spies, we're now at paragraph 66, and we are back to the date of around November 2023. If you could just briefly deal with the contents of 66 and 67.
In the early May, because I'm the Deputy Chief Auxiliary and Support Services and HR falls under me, in the beginning of May, I issued a memorandum to the Chief of Police to state that Commissioner Mazolo's fixed-term contract will end November 2023, and we must initiate the process to start with HR to fill the position because it takes long to fill positions. And I informed the Chief of Police. Subsequently, the Chief of Police sent that same through to HR to start the process. In the middle of that period, here by August, September, I don't know the exact date there was an attempt from HR to extend Commissioner Mazolo's contract from 30 November 23 when it would end. They attempted to extend his contract for a longer period, which the Chief of Police then issued a letter to them saying he objected to that and they should proceed with the process to fill it. And then suddenly, the first week of December, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was appointed as the Deputy Chief of Police, Deputy Commissioner in the place of Mr. Mazolo, who then retired and went on pension and wasn't employed anymore. This is very strange, and the reason I say it's very strange is that the Chief of Police, in terms of Section 64, appoint you and confer the rank upon you. In my whole career, and I've been in every single rank from constable right up to where I am now, every time when I've been promoted, the Chief of Police, together with the deputies, would confer the rank. It's a small, intimate ceremony where the Chief will actually take off. On the one side, the Chief will take off your rank insignia and then place the new rank insignia on top of on, and then on the other side, the other deputies would do it, and if the chief alone there. So this conferment of rank is a formal ceremony where there's then a picture stake and it's released, a media release, and everything is done. This was never done. I, as the deputy chief, senior deputy chief by then, because I'm already in that post, we saw and heard Commissioner Mkonasi when we see pictures of him and when we see on roadblocks and that. And it is something which, and I don't know if I should mention it, about the way he wears his ranks, which it's a joke in the fraternity.
Before you do so, you state at paragraph 67, you have testified to the fact that the chief of police, in this instance, Chief Mapie, did not confer on him as the standard protocol.
Correct.
The ranks.
Correct.
Then you say, Brigadier Mkhwanazi reportedly went directly to the stores to obtain his new rank insignia himself.
Correct.
Can you talk to that?
The process normally would be, because I'm in charge of the stores as well, so if there's any conferment of rank, the chief of police will contact me directly, or his staff officer, Colonel Du Plessis, will contact me and says, we're going to do a ceremony tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Can you please arrange that the following 15 people were appointed? Can you please make sure that the stores make provision of the ranks? Because it's not only the insignia, it's insignia, georgettes, and a cap. Because as you go higher in the rank, your rank is depicted on the peak of your cap as well. So the chief's office would then notify me to say there's going to be a conferment ceremony the next morning at 9 o'clock. And can you please make sure that the stores pack the ranks and everything together already? And I would then instruct the stores, bring it to my office, and then I would go the next morning to the conferment ceremony and I will bring the actual rank. Sometimes I get surprised where we're already in the meeting and the chief would say, can we please arrange it immediately because there isn't other time? But I will then contact the stores and say, bring the ranks and everything to me now. And we will then have this conferment ceremony. However, with him, it didn't happen that way. He went directly to the stores and he forcefully told the staff, who's clerks, here's my appointment letter, I've been appointed, give me my ranks. He hasn't gone through the conferment process at all.
And you did make the point earlier that to date he wears his uniform insignia incorrectly.
Correct.
You and us have had that conversation and you have tried to explain, and it's been quite a long process to understand. So perhaps to assist the commissioners and spare them the torture, we have obtained pictures that are publicly available. We're going to put up the picture of Chief Mapie with his ranks. So if you could talk us through the insignia and the ranks.
Correct, Commissioners.
And confirm whether Chief Mapie is wearing his correctly. And if they are correct, what must face where? Thank you.
The rank insignia on Commissioner Mapie's shoulders is indicating, for instance, two what we will call castles, but it is to align it with what the South African Police Service and Defence Force use. But it is a laurel leaves, and he wears 3 of those to donate his rank as the Chief of Police, and then he's got 2 swords and a sheath on the edge of the rank. So that sword must always point to the front. And the reason for that, there's symbolic behind it. There's even a government gazette that actually explains the depiction of this rank and what it looks like. That sword must show to the front because you are defending and attacking crime and defending yourself. If it shows to the back, it means you're a backstabber. That is what the rank is, that what we think immediately. If I look at General Masamola as the National Police Commissioner and he wears his rank wrong way around, in my mind I will immediately think, but it will never happen. It's when you are at that rank level, from in the SAPS it will be Major General, in the Defence Force it will be Brigadier General, but Major General, Lieutenant General, and then General. Your swords will always show to the front. So there is a left and a right side if you put uniform on. It's like a left and a right shoe. And when you assemble your uniform, that's the first thing you look at, is your short swords must go to the front because you are attacking crime and you are defending yourself. And when it goes to the back, you swapped it around and you become a backstabber.
Okay, now we understand. And I guess the commissioners can assume for the moment that you wear yours the same way as Chief Mapie.
I have a picture of me in uniform, or I can appear in uniform tomorrow morning.
Okay, we understand how they ought to be worn. Now, we found 2 random pictures of Brigadier Mkhwanazi with his. And if then you can contrast that with what we've come to understand based on your testimony, we'll just put them up quickly.
Correct. The swords on the
We're
left.
going to try and enlarge that picture.
Yeah, it's correct. It's swapped the wrong way around. And it's actually embarrassment, especially for me. I'm a 43-year career policeman working in this environment. At every forum, my current chief actually refers, every time when she sits next to him at meetings, she informs him, swap your rank around, it's wrong. You're wearing it the wrong way. So he's been reprimanded by the other chiefs to say, fix your rank, it's an embarrassment. And it just is wrong the whole time. He doesn't know which side must go to which side.
So,
Sorry, can we firstly maybe, well, not firstly, can we just confirm that is Brigadier Mkhwanazi? Let's not take it for granted that the rest of us.
Indeed so.
It's Deputy Commissioner Mkhwanazi.
Deputy Commissioner, I do apologize.
Yes, a brigadier rank will have a castle and 3 stars. That rank is a Deputy Commissioner rank.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, is it correct to assume that the process of conferring the rank requires the chief of police to attach to the uniform the actual insignia and georgette, as you call them?
Correct, Commissioners.
And from that, you get to learn that this is how they are to be worn.
Correct.
And we know the sword is facing backwards, you say, and that's not how it's supposed to be worn. From Chief Mapie, they appear to be facing forward.
Correct. It should be, he's wearing the epaulets on the wrong shoulders. That's why it turns around, because it's a mirror image of one another. If he swaps it around, the swords will show to the front.
Now, next to the swords, what is it? You call it the insignia, the 2?
It's 2 castles.
Yes.
And a sword. That denotes the level of a general. So if it's Major General in the South African Police Service, it's 2 castles and a sword and a sheath. With us, it's a Deputy Municipal Police Commissioner with 2 castles and a sword and a sheath. The chief himself will then have 3 castles and a sword and a sheath. Because in terms of equivalence in ranking with the South African Police Service, the chief of police is equivalent to like a lieutenant general, because he reports operationally to the National Police Commissioner, the similar as provincial police commissioners and lieutenant generals, who are wearing then 3 castles and a sword and a sheath.
Okay, we have dealt with the sword and the sheath, is it you call?
Yeah, there's like a little baton.
Yes. Now, you reference the castles. Are they facing the right way here in the picture that we see?
Castles, the rank in terms of the castles and the open end of the laurel leaves or the olive leaves must show towards his shoulder, but the insignia must swap around. So the left shoulder must go to the right shoulder and the right shoulder must go to the left shoulder. The moment you swap your insignia around, they will actually turn around and face to the front again.
Okay. I think that was an easier explanation through the use of pictures.
I thought there was another picture that...
There is, but on consideration, I don't think, please swap to that. It's not as visible as the one we projected, but we will, and you will see. Thanks. No, we'll very quickly. These were obtained publicly, so it was what was available. It's on Commissioner Khumalo. I don't know if...
If anybody raises copyright issues, you are on your own, Ms.
Yes, I guess I'll have to deal with copyright issues in the fullness of time. They're publicly available. And I think it's quite in order for Brigadier Mkhwanazi to state that he's not the person indicated in these pictures, and I'll have to accept it from him because we took them from the public
the
arena.
callers,
Commissioners,
Commissioner.
that is called Georgette. It's the same rank, it's just in a miniature version, because when I'm, for instance, a tall person, so if I stand, then people cannot see directly my epaulets and my rank. So from the front, when you face someone, you can see Georgette. The same with my peak cap. If you look at the peak cap, there will be 3 branches of laurel leaves. And when you are a deputy commissioner or a commissioner, the 3 leaves will have a little flower at the top as well. So that is denoting rank. When we are walking between one another and I don't know you from anywhere, if by looking at that, I can immediately see your rank. The Georgette is easier to fit to your collar because the Georgette has got a physical shape and your collar has got a triangle as well. And your swords must show away from your neck, again to attack and defend and not cut your own neck. It's symbolic into it, so that you don't become suicidal on your own and cut your own neck with your own rank.
are you saying in this photo?
The Georgette is correct, and his rank on the epaulette is completely wrong.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalozi. Brigadier Spies, that would then lead us to your next topic, which is that you have headed External Community Liaison Unit, CLU, and Irregular Appointments/Promotions. You start this at paragraph 68.
Correct. And to state that at this stage of what we found everything so far and what I've then experienced is that my firm belief was that this is a criminal enterprise within the municipal police. There's a core group of officers, specifically within the specialized services, they're involved in serious crimes, based on the fingerprint records, based on where they are, based on the fact that they don't want to do this. And then we have a formal structure in a unit called CLU, Community Liaison Unit. But in this unit itself, and this unit was, at that stage, it was a superintendent, Dion Singh. It was in 2015 when this incident took place. We only discovered it in 2024. This is a group of rogue civilians that reported to Singh and Mkwanazi. They had posted, so initially they approached the chief's office, which was Chief Mapie, and they asked that they want to come to him, they want jobs because they've been offered jobs and they want their as wardens. And then the chief wasn't in the office and he referred them telephonically to go to my staff officer, Colonel Du Plessis, and deal with them. Colonel Du Plessis then said to them, well, I can listen to your story, but bring me evidence. Otherwise, it's just stories that you're telling me. And they went away and they came back at a later stage presenting evidence to Colonel Du Plessis. I've attached that evidence as well. These officers, or not officers, these civilians were working together with Singh and Mkwanazi, signing on in our occurrence books, coming on duty. They were working, they showed pictures and newspaper clippings where they were in council as Sergeant of Arms. Sergeant of Arms is there's not supposed to go into council, it's like Parliament, firearms or police officers may not enter. There's a group of security which is called Sergeant at Arms, which manage the security within the councillors if there's a ruction between politicians or councillors that deal with it. They showed us pictures that they included to say that here they are in uniform, which is a white shirt, black tie and black pants, in council as Sergeant of Arms, but they've never been employed by us. They showed us their newspaper clippings where they are on the pictures together with our officers. They are actually part of arresting people. They use words like intelligence gathering, which is illegal. We don't have the power to do intelligence gathering. They even showed us, never mind these photos of the OBs and everything, they even showed operational plans where they are included into operational plans of working with us and that. And their claim, what they then state with all of this evidence, is that some of them have been employed as wardens, but this group have not been employed and they're upset because they haven't been employed. So we stated to them, well, it's the first time we hear about it. It's the first time we have evidence about it. We will elevate it then to the Chief of Police and that we can deal with it and answer you formally. Colonel Du Plessis then went ahead and he prepared a draft letter to corporate legal on behalf of the Chief of Police because he's still the staff officer, even though Chief Mapie is not there. He's still the staff officer to the Chief's office. He then prepared this and he submitted all this evidence together with this draft letter to Commissioner Mkwanazi's office because he's the acting Chief of Police. And we didn't hear anything thereafter again. The group of officers, or these people, came at a later stage back to us and say, well, we're not helping them, we're not assisting them, they're now going to the public protector. They did go to the public protector, and then we just heard that the public protector didn't entertain them because the public protector gave them a reason that it's out of timeline, because the public protector can only deal with up to 3 years matters, and this already took place in 2015. So it's 100% rogue process where this Singh and Mkonasi was involved with at that stage, where they actually made use of private individuals to assist them in this process.
Commissioner, please, at annexures RS 28 and RS 28 Roman 2, RS 28 Roman 1 and RS 28 Roman 2, which you refer to at paragraph 70 of your statement, you say these are copies of official Ekurhuleni Metro Police occurrence books that you have attached, showing entries in the occurrence books. I would like to refer us to the first, to assist us to read these documents at page 159. It's got a date at the top, Friday, 2015-08-07. And the first entry is duty on. The following members report on duty as follows. Then it lists some names. And that seems to be the pattern that it follows. And midway that page, against the date 2208 at 1312, it's report out. It mentions some people there, 3, and it says out to Katlehong and Zonkizizwe. Are you suggesting that this is a record keeping of the reporting, quote unquote, on duty of these SLU members and their deployment into the community?
Correct. The 8 o'clock duty on, those are members. The MV, Kali, SW Ngwenya, Tungwa, Maziba, and Ngogala is Metro Police members. But the 9 o'clock entry is the following volunteers joined the unit. TM, Makubalo, Stanley, Matetwa, Simuada, Zuma, Malangu, and Selwane. So those are volunteers. The first group of officers is officers, and the second entry is that it's volunteers. And, and it's dated in the top of the page is an occurrence book, and it's Friday, the 7th of August, 2015.
And that pattern appears to repeat throughout the successive pages. At page 60, at 0800, at 20th of August, it says duty on, the following members report on duty as follows, and it lists members. Then the next entry, report entry, says the following volunteers joined the unit.
Correct, Commissioner.
Then there is a report out of some of these persons going to Katlehong and Zonkizizwe, and at 1550, same page, at 160, it says report back, then duty off, report off duty, all in order.
Correct, Commissioner.
So in this paragraph, is this what you are referencing to say these civilians joined EMPD members in the execution of official police duties?
Correct, Commissioners.
Do you know what their role specifically was when they were so, quote unquote, deployed?
We obviously never knew about them. We only heard of this in 2004 when they came to complain that we must actually give them jobs as wardens. We don't know what their roles are, but when they discussed it with us, and they explained to us in stating that Dion Singh and Mkonasi and them and Kali, they were running them and they were giving them instructions and they assisted. They would do intelligence gathering. There's even operational plans that was submitted. I just don't know exactly where the operational plan is, but it was attached as well. There's operational plans where it states intelligence gathering. It is photos where they were working as next to officers where there's arrest in the newspapers. It says people were arrested for drug dealing, people were arrested for crimes that was committed, and they show us pictures of newspapers where they were in newspapers and that. So they had no formal function. There's no way. We don't even have a volunteer policy. which makes it more critical as well. Many, many years ago, we attempted a process of creating a program where we can appoint volunteer, a reservist concept, similar as what the South African Police Service have reservist. And it was made clear by us, by the South African Legal Services, is that the South African Police Service Act does not make provision that we can actually start a reservist program. So we cannot have, at this moment in time, a reservist or volunteer municipal police services. We can have reservist traffic officers, or we can have reservist wardens, but we can never have a reservist municipal police officer because the Act doesn't make provision for it at all.
Is it not unfair, Commissioner, to refer to them as rogue civilians? If everything that they were doing because Superintendent Singh or Brigadier Mkhwanazi had invited them, and they were gathering intelligence and assisting EMPD because they were either invited or allowed to do this. Is it fair to refer to them as rogue?
Commissioner, if a policeman do a criminal deed, in terms of the National Intelligence Act, there are only 3 intelligence agencies, which is SSA, military defense, or military intelligence, and crime intelligence. No one else in this country may gather intelligence at all. Doesn't matter who you are. So even I, as a police officer, cannot gather intelligence. And if I go and I give instruction to a civilian to gather intelligence and I involved in that trade, I am rogue, and everyone with me is also rogue. So maybe they are innocent rogue. I don't know if that's a concept that exists.
Are they rogue by association then?
They are definitely rogue by association. I don't think they were, maybe they were most probably extremely positive because they are volunteers and they are doing this to shine, and they're going to be appointed eventually as officers. So from their perspective, I wouldn't blame them for what they're doing and thinking. But their actions, and I refer to them as rogue because they're not appointed, they don't have powers. They are being abused by these officers within our environment.
Commissioner, do you know if or whether these people, these civilians, received anything from the city, a stipend, some payments?
They never received anything formally.
Okay.
And you said they wore uniforms. Sorry, Constable. You said they wore uniforms. Where did they get those?
The uniform they wore in some of the newspaper clippings and photos was the Sergeant at Arms uniform, which is a white shirt, a black tie, black pants. Most probably they have it in their own cupboards. I don't know where they got it, but it's not that we issue the Sergeant of Arms with uniforms. They're not in the Metro Police. They report to the political speakers, the chief whippets, in that environment where they are protecting the council chambers.
Why do you call their uniform Sergeant at Arms uniform? Are you suggesting it looks like that uniform, or it is specifically Sergeant at Arms uniform? And if so, where would they have obtained the EMPD Sergeant at Arms uniform, if you know?
The Sergeant at Arms, the clipping as well, show them in the council chambers during a council meeting, and the newspaper article stated Sergeant at Arms. And the Sergeant at Arms dress code that they use is a white shirt, black tie, black pants when they are working in council itself during the council meetings.
Now, for those members who are deployed as Sergeant at Arms formally within council area and offices, would they be wearing similar uniforms?
Correct. The genuine Sergeant at Arms will wear that color uniform.
You state at your paragraph 71 that in 2024 they approached Commissioner Mapie's office and Colonel Duplessis requested they submit their evidence. They complied, and Colonel Duplessis then drafted a letter to the head of legal, Bihari, on behalf of acting Chief Julius Mkhwanazi, as Chief Mapie was suspended. The complaint and evidence was sent and received by Julius Mkhwanazi's office, but no action has been taken to date. So you don't have, that evidence that you referenced there was not submitted to you?
Correct, it wasn't submitted. When they approached Colonel Duplessis to provide the evidence to him, Colonel Duplessis phoned me and said to me, what must he do with this? Because the chief is suspended, he doesn't know what to do with this because it's a very serious complaint that, yes, officers that were working for us, but they're demanding that we appoint them. My suggestion to him was draft, as you did, draft a letter on behalf of the chief to legal, so that it can go to Advocate Kemi Bihari's office, so they can give a legal opinion on what is the process to be followed at the back end. And Colonel Du Plessis then just reported back to me to say it was submitted to Mkonasi's office, and he's got proof that it was signed for, because he submitted the whole evidence pack plus the draft letter to his office. But I don't know what happened thereafter again with it.
So Brigadier Mkonazi is most likely the person to turn to assist us with what was submitted
Commissioner
by these
Mkonasi.
SCLUs.
He's now Commissioner.
Now, I do apologize, called Commissioner Mkonazi. Okay, we shall do so. Before we leave this topic, I see that the OBs seem to be dated, it's around 2015 and then 2017, is that correct?
Correct, Commissioners.
And according to you, these are irregularities within the EMPD, or the way?
Correct, Commissioner. In
Or are, if
our
they
official,
still exist.
the Occurrence book is an extremely official book. It is, it's the heartbeat of any police station, any unit. Anything that takes place, anything that happens must be recorded in an OB.
Okay.
Irrespective of which police station you are. So OB reflects the heartbeat. It's what's happened at that specific unit or that, and it's numbered and it's serialized, and civilians will not sign on and off in our official books. So the fact that they sign on there, it makes it as if it's a formal appointed, and it's a correct procedure, everything.
Now, if you say this is irregular, and it seems to have spanned at least 2015, 2017, that you have given, and now in terms of paragraph 71, we know that they approached the office of Commissioner Mapie in as late as 2024. And you call this, all this, or their engagement irregular. Are there any other irregularities that you are aware over your 33-year service at Ekurhuleni, particularly in your last post as Commissioner, I think, is it Auxiliary Services? And
Commissioner, in this same, and this is now long after it, but in the same period, 2015, when this took place, a very strange incident took place where our fleet manager, Chris Stein, he has been mentioned already, he contacted me one day and he said to me, on the vehicle tracking systems that we have, one of our vehicles is at the Botswana gate at Gaborone. Do I know about it, and what must he do about it? And I'm like, dude, it's not possible. Our cars can't clear in Botswana. Switch the vehicle off. So there's a remote capability where you can switch the vehicle off. So I instructed Chris, I said, Chris, we'll get to it, switch the vehicle off and start the recovery process to actually get a breakdown and go fetch our vehicle. It must be a stolen vehicle. We cannot have Ekurhuleni police vehicles at Botswana gate. If it happens, it has happened in the past that we went to other countries, for instance to Swaziland, but then it's a formal approved by council process where it's a conference or something that we go with vehicles to it. And Chris then said, okay, we'll switch the vehicle off. He phoned me back about an hour later and he says he's in big trouble now. I said, why? He said he was just now phoned by the then chief of police that he must switch this vehicle on, and this vehicle will turn around and come back to us, and we must leave this vehicle alone. He has sent the officer, and the officer is on official business. So we never discovered why and what happened, but there was question marks about this whole process of why did the car go, one of our vehicles go to Botswana and it came back. We never even know if it went through the border or not. We just know that this incident happened where I instructed, switch the vehicle off and recover it. And then I got told an hour later I was overridden. The then chief of police stated to Chris Stein, leave the vehicle alone, the vehicle will come back and you must leave it alone. So it's strange incidents like that that took place that makes it. There's even other incidents when Chief Robert McBride was our chief of police, he phoned me one Friday afternoon and he said to me, I must immediately look at the registration number because he is driving in his private vehicle on the R59 and he just went into the Free State and one of our vehicles is driving in front of him. He wants to know what the vehicle is doing there. So what then happened was that he was on his way to another venue. So we looked at the vehicle, and also this vehicle went to Parys in the Free State. And the Saturday afternoon, the vehicle was, a breakdown unit was sent from us to the vehicle where he's standing in Parys. And we actually fetched the vehicle and collected and bring it back. This vehicle was assigned to Vosloorus police station, to our precinct. And then on that Sunday, the officer who used the vehicle, he came back and he discovered the vehicle is now missing from his house. And he came back and trying to report the vehicle as stolen at Vosloorus, but then his supervisors accosted him and he was discipline steps taken against him because he used the vehicle to go home in Parys where he stays over the weekend and came back. So there is strange incidents that took place. I have, for instance, because I'm in charge of the fine admin municipal courts, all the fines that comes to traffic vehicles belonging to Ekurhuleni Metro Police would go to the proxy. Doesn't matter where in the country it takes place. And the proxy will then have to deal with it. And he will send it to me to say, fine administration, yes, fines, can you please look at it and deal with it in that manner. And that is when I noticed there's, for instance, on Friday evenings, vehicles from Ekurhuleni Metro Police that go through the Drakensberg on the N3. And then they get speed fines because the Drakensberg area, as you go through it, is notorious for being speed fines. We even had speed fines at the Toitskloof Tunnel, which is close to Cape Town. So there was a general misuse and abuse of vehicles when we don't know where vehicles are traveling in the country. And that's why tracking systems and everything was installed into vehicles to make sure that we know where our vehicles are. So there is strange things that has happened in all the years there.
Now, I'm particularly interested in this either attempt or actual crossover into another country, Botswana, the incident that you referenced. Would there be an official record of that incident where the vehicle actually is recorded as having crossed the border into Botswana, if that record were to be sought?
Not with us, but it could be that Customs or SARS will actually have records of cross-border crossings, but this already happened in 2015. So
no, I'm saying on the system, would the system be able to track that vehicle? You said that you ordered that the tracking system be shut down and therefore it's not able to move.
I don't think, Commissioners, it will be possible anymore because the city of Ekurhuleni changed every 2 years their tracking companies, and this already happened in 2015.
Yes.
It is too late to track it, but Chris Stein could be summoned that he can speak of what I said now about him and what he conferred to me.
And on what authority did you direct or order that the tracker be initiated so that the vehicle is immobile?
In 2015, Chief Mapie was appointed as the Chief of Police. He was previously the Director in charge of logistics. At that stage, when he was appointed in 2015 May, I was appointed to act in his vacant post because he was appointed as the Chief of Police. So I was the Director in charge of logistics. And at that stage, when it took place, the fleet and the management of the fleet was falling under me as the Metro Police section.
And I won't say currently, I guess, up until you retired in February 24, who was responsible for logistics and fleet?
I was till my appointment in 22, I was the Director. And at that stage, when I was promoted, there was a Brigadier van der Merwe appointed as the head of logistics. So I was promoted in the same leg, but as a divisional head. And then my position that went vacant and the logistics position that went vacant where I was acting in, Brigadier van der Merwe was appointed in that position.
So if the Commission would like to pursue this matter, it's Brigadier van der Merwe and Chris Stein that perhaps the Commission should consider having a conversation with.
Correct.
Thank you.
You said, Commissioner, you do undertake official trips to other countries, and you gave the example of Eswatini. In those instances, that is the official instances, what entries, if any, are made in the EMPD records?
Commissioner, what will happen is when we went to, at that stage it was still Swaziland, but Eswatini now. When we went there, it was as a group officially invited by the Royal Swazi Police to come and do a presentation to them on municipal policing, because they were looking at the same concepts of introducing it as well. And we had to obtain council approval. So there was a council item, council approval, because we would be outside our area of jurisdiction. But the decision was made that we would use the majority of the senior officers get travel allowance vehicles, so we use private vehicles. So the travel to Swaziland or Eswatini at that stage was done with my private vehicle. I traveled with it. I was the driver, Chief McBride, and Deputy Chief Ash Budu was then together with me in my vehicle, and we had one other vehicle as well, which was a private vehicle that we used to travel to it. But the council resolved, and the council gives you permission to actually go to attend to this formal function and conference in the other country. It's the only time that it happened officially that we went to one of our neighboring countries. Obviously when we go to any other country, we would use flights to get to those countries to have that, and there won't be travel or anything like that or vehicles involved.
Thank you.
Commissioner, as at the time before you retired, was the policy of the city that vehicles must have a tracker? Was that the requirement in respect of all vehicles?
Correct, Commissioner. There's a requirement that all council vehicles must be fitted with a vehicle management system, which includes the capability to track the vehicle as well.
So if that is so, the vehicles that we saw yesterday in the Merton operation, I know your evidence was there's no entry because it was an unlawful operation, but if the vehicles are fitted with trackers, if all city vehicles are fitted with trackers, it should be possible to track the movements of those vehicles.
It's correct, Commissioner, but that specific vehicle of Kershaw Stolz, for instance, when she was arrested at the Smokes and Kings, IPID and ourselves then looked at the vehicle as well afterwards. And when we looked at the vehicle, the tracker system was cut and it was disabled in her vehicle. So there's a huge proportion of their vehicles of specialized service that the tracker system is not working at all. Yes. Every year there's annual audits done where we actually look at which vehicles we cannot find on the tracking system, and we try to bring them in and have them tracked again. The city itself in the past, they've always used a service provider to provide this system, be it a company like C-Track or Tracker or whoever it is with that. But if a few years, I don't know the exact date, the city decided to do it in-house. They developed an in-house system, and they buy the instruments that go into the vehicle or the modem, and they would install it themselves. But there's a large amount of vehicles that either the tracker doesn't work, or it's non-functional, or it's been disabled by the officers.
So it's quite possible, for example, on your explanation, that the vehicles that were donated and then given back to CAT VIP, you may not be able to track them. There may not be a record of their movement at all.
They were definitely not part of the tracking system at all. It takes a very long administrative process to actually enable and install and get the systems installed into the vehicle system. They were for a very short period on our name. They were registered, and then very quickly thereafter they were deregistered when this matter came to light.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. We then turn to the next subject, appointments and promotions, Commissioner Spies. And this starts at paragraph 72. If you could summarize what you set out there and the issues you raise or complaints regarding appointments and promotions. Just to let you know that your annexure RS 29, which you referenced at 73, you say it's a picture of the emails and a copy of the interview questions and answers. You see that part at paragraph 73.
Yes.
Okay, there you didn't provide the actual question and answers that you referenced there as part of that annexure 29. But you can speak to the issues, and we will try and update the files to include that question and answer document.
Correct. I have the actual emails.
Okay. Then
so it's part of that. It's maybe just not printed because it start off with the actual screenshot, and then it lists the mails as attachments later on.
I just thought I should bring it to your attention because we'll not be able to turn to it as it's not on record. But otherwise, you can deal with your evidence from paragraph 72 and you raise the issues that you wanted to.
as stated, part of my function as the Deputy Chief Auxiliary and Support Services was the HR liaison portion that fell under me, which was then managed by Colonel Wanda van Rooyen. And in 2024, February, they started the process where Colonel van Rooyen approached me and said she doesn't know what's going on, but suddenly there's Commissioner Mkwanasi and Stella Jukazi is running with the appointment process. There's meetings with HR, and they are busy with appointing a huge amount of people that we don't know anything about the process. So she actually then started to say, but she declines to be involved in this process because she doesn't know who's dealing with it, and she's not going to assist with anything in that. But the process was run primarily by Stella Jukazi. She was a senior manager in licensing, which is the civilian side of us, licensing, dealing with e-NATIS, registration of vehicles and drivers and vehicle licenses. So she got promoted by Julius Mkwanasi in this flurry where about 55 plus, initially it was 50, but there's more people that's been appointed in that specific period. And it made highlights of her because she's a civilian that doesn't have, according to us, the qualifications to be appointed as a municipal police officer. However, she was appointed as a municipal police officer, as a brigadier from a civilian position. And after the interview, she scored very well in the interviews. So after the interviews, she was the successful candidate, and Chief Mapie was in that period, for a short period, he was back at the office. And he then stated, because based on his CV, he wrote a letter and he issued it to Kasheka from HR to say, we cannot appoint the recommended candidate because she doesn't comply with the minimum qualifications. And he issued that letter to her to state she doesn't do it. However, when he was suspended...
Before you move on, that letter is Annex RS 31 to your statement to confirm, and it's at page 391, if you could just have regard to that. Is that the letter that you say Chief Mapie wrote to Mr. Sheka regarding the lady's appointment?
Correct. On the 15th of July is when he sent that based on her CV and based on the fact that we know that she hasn't got this qualification that is necessary to be appointed. And when we speak about this qualification, in terms of Regulation 11, there is a few requirements that you must have, but if we only speak about the requirements specifically to municipal police officers, that you must have a traffic officer diploma. That's the one qualification. And you must have a law enforcement skills program certificate, which is the policing portion of it. And the law enforcement skills program, that certificate portion originated from the national standards on training, which the National Police Commission in 1999 has already published, where you state that when you establish a municipal police, in the first 12 months, which ended in 31 October 2023, officers that has already been in the trade, meaning officers like me that was a traffic officer from a previous traffic department, those officers must complete what we call a bridging course, which was a 14-day course to do the policing subjects. And this was prior to SAQA or the Qualifications Authority or QCTO or anything like that. This was in the 1999s already where this was published. That bridging course has eventually become a formal course registered as under the SAQA and the QCTO as a qualification. And it's now called the LESP, the Law Enforcement Skills Program. So initial officers in 2002, when we were converted into a municipal police, that already appointed officers just did the bridging course. All officers thereafter did the full LESP course. And we keep record of this because we have two assessment authorities over us. The RTMC, Road Traffic Management Corporation, they're the assessment body for the traffic diploma because our academy is accredited to give it, or train officers, and they assess us then to make sure that we comply with their requirements to issue a traffic diploma. And the South African Police Service is the assessment body for the LESP because it's their course, and they assess us on that. We therefore keep very strict control over which officers and people we train on these courses because we're going to issue the certificates at the end of the day, and we have to then account for who was trained. So Mrs. Jukazi has never done this course. She's in licensing, she's got nothing to do with Metro Police, she's never been in the Metro Police environment. According to her own CV and career, she started off as a traffic officer in the provincial fraternity based at Heidelberg. After her stint as a traffic officer, provincial inspector at Gauteng Community Safety, she then got employed by the City of Ekurhuleni in licensing. And she was a licensing officer dealing with, eventually senior manager dealing with registration of vehicles and driver's license. She has never been in a police environment at all. So all of us know it, and everyone complained about it. And that's why Chief Mapie then issued an instruction that to Kasheka to say, this post must be re-advertised and restart because it's an irregular appointment.
Commissioner, just explain again her involvement with the provincial what?
She was, from her career, she do have a traffic officer diploma because she did it at Boekenhuiskloof when it was a traffic college, and she was appointed by the then Gauteng Community Safety Traffic Department, which is the provincial traffic department, and she was based in Heidelberg.
As what?
As a traffic officer, but it's with the province, they would call them provincial inspectors.
And why is that not relevant experience for this purpose?
So she complies with half. She has the traffic officer diploma and she is registered traffic officer. So she complies with half of the qualifications. The requirements is that you must have both qualifications to be a municipal police. You cannot just have half, you must have both. Over and above that, the requirement also go further to say that you must have at least 4 years senior management experience. So she was a junior traffic officer. There's no experience there in the 2000s, 2002, and then her whole career thereafter was in licensing. So she doesn't have any experience in any municipal police department in law enforcement at a management level at all. But it goes about the qualification. She's unqualified. There is a strange possibility that you can be appointed without complying with qualifications, with a riding clause to say that within a 6 months or a 12-month period you must obtain these qualifications. People can jippo the system in that method, but this didn't even happen in that manner.
The experience requirement, was that in the advert?
That was in the advert.
Okay.
So then Chief Mapie gets suspended, and immediately thereafter, in the very first week when Commissioner Mkwanasi is now acting as the acting Chief of Police, he issued a letter to Kasheka as well to say, no, proceed with this appointment because she has been vetted qualifications and it's confirmed hereby that she complies with all the qualifications. And he then issues a letter to state this to this effect. This is on page, it is annexure RS32, page 392, where Commissioner Mkwanasi, then as the acting Chief of Police on the 6th of August 2024, he wrote this letter to say, with the heading of report on the qualifications of the recommended candidate for the Director Fines Administration position of EMPD. And this position, Fines Administration Director, this is my previous position before I was, from 2015, I was appointed in this, from 2011, December, I was appointed in this position until 1 August 2022. This is my vacant post. When I was promoted, she actually got appointed in my vacant post. And then it states on the memo, it says, this memo serves to confirm the qualifications and experience of Ms. S.F.V. Jukazi with a PAN number, who possesses the following as submitted and verified by Bankobi Consulting, who are the service provider appointed by the city for vetting of qualifications and human resources. And then he lists 8 qualifications, which is matric, the national diploma in municipal administration, a BTEC degree in public management, the traffic officer diploma, that is the one that counts, infrastructure number. Then it doesn't matter about the rest, it's examiner for motor vehicle and examiner for driver's license, and a TRAFMAN overload control, and quality and customer relations management. And then he says, attach find the documents, and he states Mrs. Jukazi's records were verified on the following requirements, crucial for the job post Director Fine Admin. Driver's license is valid, no criminal or illicit activity recorded. And then he says a vast number of years and experience in law enforcement, senior management, and working in logistics section. So this is fine administration, it's got nothing to do with logistics. And this confirmation serves as a record of the department's endorsement of these qualifications, which meet the requirements for appointment. And please note that this confirmation is consistent with the department's previous recommendations and appointment of candidates with similar qualifications. And if required, further information or clarification, please do not hesitate to contact my office.
So, Commissioner, in summary, this lady applied for a specific job, Director, Fine Administration.
Correct.
Following some process, she then was the recommended candidate.
Correct.
And you refer us to Annexure RS 32. On the 15th of July 2024, Chief Mapieye writes a letter to El Kasheka, Head of Human Resources, and states, following the interviews that took place on the 8th of July 24, take note that I have perused the advert and the CV of the recommended candidate. I found out that the recommended candidate does not have a Metro Police diploma, which is a key requirement. I propose that this position be re-advertised. Attached, please find the advert. You see that?
Correct.
That is on the 15th of July. Now, the letter you just read is dated the 5th of August. You annex it as RS 32, and this is under the hand of J.D. Mkwanazi, Acting Chief of Police. 2 weeks later, thereabouts, Acting Chief of Police, J.D. Mkwanazi, looking at the same documents, holds a different view and then says she qualifies.
Correct, Commissioner.
Was she then appointed after this letter of Commissioner Mkwanazi, or what happened? Do you know?
She was appointed as the Director of Fine Administration at Brigadier. Even though she reports directly to me in that position as a Deputy Chief, I haven't seen her at all. She hasn't been introduced to me. I haven't seen her. I saw her approximately a month later when she was already in uniform, wearing field dress uniform, and everything about the appointment and everything that happens thereafter, because it then came to light, people started sending us information to me where they, for instance, sent email correspondence the week before the actual interviews where Mrs. Jukazi was. This email correspondence was between Mrs. Jukazi and Ntombi Radebe from HR. HR corporate that dealing with the admin process around the advertisements and the interviews. So this Stella Jukazi sent to Ntombi Radebe a document which lists questions and answers for the proposed position to be done. And then a few days later, she sent another document with corrections to say this is the final document, a week before the interview. So Stella Jukazi actually prepared her own questions, her own answers. She sent it to Ntombi Radebe, and those questions and answers is then asked in the interview. That's over and above the qualifications.
Now, on the qualifications, the Chief of Police, Chief Mapieye, had taken issue with the fact that she didn't appear to have a Metro Police diploma and said it's a key requirement. Acting Chief of Police Mkwanazi does not address that specific qualification in his letter of the 5th of August addressed to Ms. Linda Klasheka at HOD of HR. Is that correct?
Correct. He doesn't mention that qualification at all there because he knows she doesn't have it.
Yes. And then at your paragraph 74 of the statement, you say the same candidate is currently not in possession of the required law enforcement skills program, in parentheses LESP qualification. She has applied to the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Academy to be enrolled in the next training cycle, January to March 2026. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Now, you reference here the law enforcement skills program qualification. Is it the same as what Chief Mapieye in his letter, your annexure RS 32 refers to as the Metro Police diploma? Is it the same thing?
Correct. The LESP is considered, when we speak about it, we speak about the Metro Police diploma, but it's a law enforcement skills program certificate, the registered course.
So her own registration for that training cycle for January to March 2026 does confirm the position that Chief Mapieye assumed then in July 2024 that in fact she doesn't have it. She wouldn't have to do it twice.
Correct. She doesn't have the qualification. And this course itself, because SAPS is an assessment body, they set cycles because it's a national curriculum for all Metro Police officers to do it. So SAPS sets cycles where it will start. So the next cycle that starts is January. The current cycle is September to November. The next cycle is January to March is the next cycle.
To your knowledge, is she in this position that Chief Mapie concluded she was not qualified for as we speak?
Correct, she's still not qualified.
Okay. Chair,
Aren't we almost there?
oh, in fact, I was going to propose that we push to finish so that
Thank you.
I'm happy to. Okay, so,
Commissioner, Commissioner, can you please make me understand RS 29? Because reading your affidavit in paragraph 73, I get the impression that you say that RS 29 shows us that Ms. Jogazi crafted her own interview questions, sent, and in fact, emails, I think, to Ms. Ntombi Khatebe. I've looked at RS 29. I can't quite follow what's on there.
Chair, may I step in? When we got to this portion of the evidence, I indicated the shortcoming in RS 29 to the commissioner, and I stated that the actual question and answer document that he references and he suggested that paragraph was exchanged between Ms. Jogazi and Ms. Khadebe is actually not part of this annexure that he gave. He only, he only provided as an annexure the emails and not the document attached. So that is the flaw in annexure RS 29.
Commissioners, I
yes.
have, so in this, the printouts that goes.
Thank you, Ms. Zillow.
On page 337 is actually the one email we've just put on top of one another to show that there was two dates. The one is 26 June and the other is 6 July. But I have in my own annexures, I have the documents which we can print and provide. If we have a break for a few minutes, I can provide it immediately thereafter. It's the actual, it's the attachments also print out because it's doc 1 and doc GRP1 and GRP2.docx.
And I would agree it's an important document to have to appreciate our annexure RS 29.
Yes, I would suggest that we should not take a break, but that rather the commissioner should furnish the documents to you and you should then furnish them to us. It is only if when we go through those documents there are issues that we may perhaps require the commissioner to come back, which I think is unlikely. Perhaps what we could do as an alternative is that after we've taken the lunch adjournment, the commissioner can then avail the documents and then come back in for just 1 minute or less to just confirm that those are indeed the documents.
And then perhaps if we are going to do it that way, Chair, he has the document before him right now.
Yes.
He could perhaps just give an example of the question and answer session, question and answer that the lady prepared for herself. And then after lunch, he steps in just to confirm that this is the document and we update the files. So we don't have to deal with the content of that document after lunch. Or you
Let's just get the documents when we come back,
Okay.
and then we are by no means suggesting that we should then go through the documents.
It's because he too has got...
They should just be given to us, and we are then directed to where they are in the exhibit bundle, and then you take the commissioner there, and
Okay.
he just identifies the documents. As I said, that will take a minute or two.
That's fine. May I inquire from Commissioner Spies? He's got some time challenges. Would you be able to come back at 2 o'clock just to confirm? to the commission that the document that you would have provided us with and would have updated the files is indeed the RS-29 you intended to include in the file? Would you be able to?
Sorry, Commissioners, I didn't inform Advocate Sello that because of today, I was involved, supposed to be in another arbitration as a witness, and during last night it was postponed. So even though I said 2 o'clock this afternoon, they said, no, let us rather postpone. So
Okay.
I am available, but it will impact on the flow of the rest of the afternoon and the other witnesses. But I am available for the whole day.
No, that's fine. That takes care of the challenge. I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Then we will park RS-29 and you'll come and confirm after lunch, after the files are updated. That would then take us to our paragraph 77. At page 70, that's where you deal with Brigadier Mkwanazi's own appointment in the role of acting head of Department HOD Community Safety on the 1st of December.
In the city...
Maybe before you do
Sorry,
that, can we
please.
just confirm at that page 391, that letter from Chief Mapie, do you know if he ever received a response from Mr. Sheka?
No, I don't know if he received any response from her.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'd referred you to your paragraph 77. You deal with Brigadier Mkwanazi's new appointment and the fact that the result is that he holds 2 separate and distinct statutory positions. Just very quickly, what do you, the reference there?
The city created a new structure called Community Safety, of which Metro Police has now been subverted to a division within the Community Safety, and obviously not reporting directly to the city manager and accountable to her anymore. However, this was approved in November. What then happened in December is that Commissioner Mkwanazi was always appointed while Chief Mapie was on suspension. He was appointed every month on a month-to-month basis as the Chief of Police, compliant with the law. However, in the 1st of December, he was appointed as the acting head of community safety. And there was no appointment made of any chief of the police. He was the head of community safety. And he received an appointment letter from then to even to date. Well, I don't know what's happening exactly now, but till February when I left, he was appointed as the head of community safety. And no one was appointed as the acting chief of police. So he effectively occupied 2 different distinct statutory levels, and there's no chief of police. Now, if there's no chief of police appointed, because you cannot be appointed to act in 2 different positions yourself, and you cannot appoint yourself to act as something like that. But he kept on signing, and he kept on saying he's the chief of police. And this is, to me, it is vicarious liability effects when the SAPS Act section 13.8, for instance, when you have a roadblock, it must be approved by the chief of police to halt the roadblock. Now, there's a difference between a roadblock and a layway and when you stop and do law enforcement in the Road Traffic Act, stopping vehicles for speeding or stopping vehicles for checking for defects. A roadblock is fully fledged where you stop vehicles, you search vehicles because you're looking for a specific crime or something. So all the section 13.8 is signed off, must be signed in terms of the law by the chief of police. And Commissioner Mkwanazi was appointed by the then city manager to the position of HOD community safety. And there was no subsequent chief of police. To date, there can be no record found of any acting chief of police where he was appointed. It was only lately when, because of the national meetings, there were other officers like Brigadier Okkert Besuidenhout arrived with an appointment letter as the acting chief of police at the last Chiefs Forum meeting. So that is just what I'm mentioning in this, is that there's no formal chief of police appointed, but there's an acting head of community safety appointed.
Okay.
If I may ask, Commissioner, what do you attribute that to? Is it that, is it just incompetence, lack of understanding of the significance of the different roles and why there should be an acting police chief, or there's other motives?
Commissioner, I think it's incompetence, and it's a fact of don't understand the legislation around it at all. Don't understand Section 64, don't understand the role of municipal police service in terms of the Constitution and in terms of the SAPS Act, that the Act gives definitive powers to a chief of police, and the Act expects that those processes must be followed 100% correctly.
Is it possible that the official appointment exists, but you just have not seen it? Well, I mean, why else would he sign, give instructions and directives, and say he's chief of police, acting chief of police, if there's no official appointment?
Commissioner, in everything in the department, if you are appointed as an acting, your acting letter is immediately distributed to all sections. The reason for that is that anything, if you make an order out, if you procure something, the delegations and the MFMA Act states that whoever signs for goods delivered or goods that must be paid, your appointment letter must be attached, and there's certain levels of authority of monetary value where there's a signature delegation who can sign for what. So when the chief of police signs anything as the chief of police, his signature and his acting letter will be attached to that. So to every procurement, to everything that he does, the acting letter is the HOD community safety attached. There's nowhere in existence. We've tried to find it. When I was still there, we tried to find it, but we could never find it that he's an acting chief of police. Only the acting HOD.
If that is correct, how come nobody has objected to his directives and instructions to say, you can issue this directive because you
The
have not
majority
been
of the department lives in fear, and they're afraid of him and his criminal group of officers around him. They will not object.
So you're saying he has appointed himself as acting chief of police?
Correct, because he's the HOD, he made himself out. I don't think there's an appointment letter, but he made himself out as the acting chief because he signed directives and he signed letters, but there's no formal letter where he's appointed as the acting chief of police. He's appointed as on an acting letter as the acting HOD of community safety.
Yeah, but you see, Commissioner, I can understand you saying people within EMPD are fearful or are scared of him, but surely you cannot say the council and the mayor are scared of him, and if they are told that he's acting as chief of police without authorization, they won't do anything.
The council and at the higher levels doesn't get involved in this, Commissioner. It's a administrative practice. It's from my opinion that this is illegal process that's being followed. Surrounding this, there's more illegalities. I went on leave, for instance, in 2024. My position in November has been abolished. It doesn't exist on the structure anymore. I'm now contractual to incumbent, sitting on the sideline from December 24. However, when I went on leave, this Stella Jukazi was appointed to act, and she got even an acting allowance claim against my position, which doesn't exist. When I resigned in February and I went retired, that post doesn't exist at all now anymore in council. Stella Jukazi was acting in that position and she got paid acting allowances. So there's things that the upper level doesn't know what's happening, but it is happening on the ground level.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just to understand then, who must the commission turn to determine whether or not Commissioner Mkwanazi was duly appointed to this contentious post? Is it the city manager's office? Is it the HOD department through Mr. Kashaka? Where do you suggest we turn to answer that questions, or the questions Commissioner Kumalo had definitively?
The city manager's office is the accounting officer.
That's the accounting officer. And who would effect the acting appointment? Would it be the city manager?
No, the city manager would only appoint the acting head of departments. The then head of departments would appoint the subsequent actings in their own departments. So effectively, if Julius Mkwanazi was appointed as the acting head of community safety,
Yes.
he would then have the power to appoint someone as the acting chief of police for that same period.
And I'm saying it's the city manager who would have appointed him in turn as an acting head of department.
Of community safety, yes, she did.
Okay.
Commissioner, just so that we understand, you said something that now confuses me. In terms of structure, where does acting head of department, community safety, sit in relation to the chief of police position?
From the 1st of December, the Metro Police Department ceased to exist. The Fire Department, Disaster Emergency Service Department ceased to exist, and a new department with the name of Community Service was established. This Community Safety Department was established. In this department, there is a division, Municipal Police, where the Chief of Police will be, and there's a division, Emergency Services or Fire, where the head of, say, Emergency Services would be. And there's other divisions as well that's been created. So a whole new structure has been created, and the Metro Police, that was actually a department accountable to the city manager initially, was now removed and became a division under the head of Community Safety.
So in this new structure, if Chief Mapie were to return to work tomorrow as Chief of Police, he would now report to...
He's now demoted to a divisional head.
And he now reports to Commissioner Mkwanazi
If Commissioner...
as acting head of community safety. I'm just trying to understand the structure.
That is what would happen, but Commissioner Mkwanazi would not be, well, he shouldn't be appointed then as the acting head of community safety. It should be between Chief Mapie or Mr. Makubela, who's from the fire services, that will rotate between the two of them, because they the highest senior positions. That's what should happen.
Yes. So what I'm proposing to you is, as things are happening now let's say that Commissioner Mkwanazi, now acting in that position, if he's made permanent at the end of today, so as at the end of today he's head of department community safety, and then tomorrow Commissioner Chief of Police Mapie goes back to work.
He will have to report to Commissioner Mkwanazi as a civilian head of department.
Yes, I understand now. Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. So effectively, the post of Chief of Police still exists, you say?
Correct.
Even under the new structure?
Correct.
Except now that Chief of Police now reports to the head of community safety?
Correct.
And not to the city manager as contemplated in Section 64C of the
Correct,
subset?
Commissioners.
Okay. Then we quickly deal with your own retirement, which you start with from paragraph 79, and your suspension from the department.
Correct. Obviously, I turned 60 in November 2024, and our official retirement age could be, for age-wise, is 65, but I was appointed as a Section 56 employee, which in terms of the Act means that I'm a fixed-term 5-year performance-based contract employee, and I was appointed in 1 August 2022, which will then run till 2027. However, because of all this victimization and ostracization that happened in the department, when I turned 60, myself and my family had a serious discussion about it to state that I would rather take early retirement. Look, if you can afford it, let me take early retirement, and I'm going to have mental health issues and heart attack if I carry on in this manner, because all of this criminality around me is directly against my DNA of being a policeman, and I cannot cope with nothing being done in the city, and it's clear the city is on a path of destruction, and I don't want to be part of this at all anymore. So I then, to make sure that I don't lose anything, I aligned my retirement with the SARS tax year, personal tax year, which is 28 February, so that I don't pay extra taxes or anything. And my broker also advised me that the best date is 28 February that I must retire with. My contract that I have with the city states that I must give 2 months notice as well. It's not the normal, because I'm a Section 56 employee. So in December, I then took annual leave to make sure that my leave is also depleted, so that I don't have extra tax implications at the end of that period. I returned to the office on the 6th of January, and the moment I walked into the office, I immediately started the process of retirement. I concluded, so we have a complete process of exit clearance forms, handing back equipment, firearms, uniform, laptops, anything that I must do. So I started that process on the 6th of January already. Fully handed everything back, and then submitted my application. I couldn't get hold of the acting, who I then believed was the acting chief of police, Mkonasi. But on the 7th, we had a meeting where he called us to a meeting in Alberton. And when we sat at that meeting, I gave him my application to say, I hereby resign, I'm taking early retirement. And he then looked at it and he signed off on everything on the 7th of January. On the 8th of January, I submitted it to the corporate HR officers, and they processed it. And the same afternoon, they sent it back to me to say, everything's captured. You can your retirement is concluded. You can actually deal now with the medical aid and with your new employer, which is Sanlam or Sanlam. In my case, is that there's contracts and everything that must be signed with them, and I must provide proof to the pay office for conclusion of my retirement. That was all completed in that first 2 weeks of January.
Before you move off that point, you have Annexure 33 about the approval for your retirement, Annexure RS 33 starting at page 393. You have a document there, termed termination of service, and then next overleaf at 394 is employee exit clearance certificate. The first document at 393 provides your particulars and requires an indication of the reason for termination of service, and you confirm that you have, it's ticked retirement and above retirement in a manuscript written early in red. Do you see that?
Correct. That is the formal termination contract, and this is what I received back from HR.
Okay. If you go further down, it's got under the heading future contact information, signatories, it's got the employee's signature, provision for the employee's signature. Is that your signature appearing there?
Correct, Commissioners.
Do you know who has signed as supervisor and head of department, respectively?
It's Commissioner Mkonasi right in front of me. He signed it when I gave the form to him.
And if we go over leaf at 394, that is the employee exit clearance certificate. It deals with a number of issues, but I'm interested in after item 10. Below item 10, the left part requires a signature by the employee to confirm that they consent to monies due from them to the municipality, I think, to be deducted. You see that? And it appears that you signed. I'm more interested in the right-hand side one, where it says, it is hereby confirmed that all signatures above have been obtained, officials' last working day, and it's denoted as 28 February 25. And there's a signature there, a name, J.D. Mkwanazi. Is that what is written there?
Correct, Commissioner.
And signed, provides an employee number and dated the 8th of January 2025.
That's the date he signed, that's correct.
And you say this is when your early retirement was approved by Commissioner Mkwanazi?
Correct.
Okay. And thereafter it was just issue of dealing with various admin issues.
Yes, and if we go back to page 393, you'll see at the top portions where it starts with tables, full name, surname, ID number, department, post designation, and then next to post designation, pay office, it says section 56, 57. And then the stamp in the middle of that page, it says to be processed on the section 57 payroll, and where the reason for termination, it says 60 years with a tick mark and early retirement. So it was as per my retirement that it is an early retirement, and I'm a section 57, 56 employee, and I have to give 2 months notice in terms of my contract.
So then after Commissioner Mkwanazi approved your retirement from the 8th of January 2025, you have another date in your document, in your statement at paragraph 81, the 5th of February 2025, and now this relates to a suspension notice. Can you reconcile the two for us quickly, please?
Correct. It is not mentioned here, but on the 27th of January, there was an incident that took place at work where Commissioner Mapeye there was discipline steps taken against Commissioner Mapeye, and he's being suspended for those disciplinary steps. On the 27th of January, I was contacted by Commissioner Mapeye's legal representative, Mrs. Erika Bester. And in this process, she asked me if I can confirm a specific vehicle registration number if it belongs to the city. Now, that's part of my job. Everyone asks me that, and that. So I confirmed to her, yes, I can confirm. Let me just find out everything about the vehicle, and then I will come back to you about it as well. I sent an email to Colonel Bloemhoff, which she then forwarded to the fleet section, and she posted it on WhatsApps to everyone. And middle of the day, Sarah Chita sent an email to say that I victimized her, and she sent it to the city manager and to Mkonasi. And I'm victimizing her because I'm looking at her cars. I didn't even know whose vehicle it was. And then I was in a meeting during that morning. I didn't see this email flurry. Middle of the afternoon, I answered it back to everyone, and I say, I'm not busy with the investigation. I was requested by a lawyer to confirm if a vehicle belonged to the city. And this is what I'm doing. I'm checking if this vehicle is our vehicle of the city at all. And then I got contacted by Advocate Bujirski. He sent me an email, and he introduced himself to say he's the evidence leader in the chief's case, and he wants to speak to me. He wants to have a meeting. I then referred to him and said to him, I'm busy at the moment, but we can meet after hours in the evening via Teams, and he can set up a Teams meeting. That evening at 7 o'clock, we had a Teams meeting regarding it. Now, the date is important here because it's the 27th February where it is. I had then an hour-long or 54 minutes conversation with Advocate Bujirski, which he was extremely rude towards me. And I informed him numerous times that I've been approached to testify as a witness on behalf of the chief. He was extremely unprofessional. I have that recording. We can play that recording. But he was explaining very, very personal information about Chief Mapie and what's happening in his case. And he explained the whole case to me, and he put scenarios to me. What will I do, and what am I going to do here? And I said, I don't want to speak to you. I told you that I am a witness for Chief Mapie. And eventually I stopped the conversation. I said, I'm not listening further to you at all. And then that's a weekend happened. And then on the 5th of February, I was at corporate HR in Benoni because I was approached to testify as the employer in another arbitration case that I must represent the employer. And at that meeting where I was then phoned by Dion Singh, who's this brigadier that's been promoted, part of this promotion group last year. I was phoned by him, and he stated, where am I? And I said, well, I'm at HR, here at this office. He then came there, and he's in front of Tommy Zambé. He said to me, here's a letter for you. I looked at the letter, and this letter is a pre-suspension letter to say we hereby going to pre-suspend you, give reasons why you shouldn't be suspended, and it carry on with things like that, with a trumped-up charge of that I have appointed a service provider for a back office system. And then at the bottom, it ends with a paragraph. So this is a pre-suspension. I must now give reasons, and then at the bottom it ends, and due to the reasons listed, we hereby suspend you with immediate effect. And I accepted the letter, and then he said to me, where's your laptop, where's your office keys? I'm in civic suit at that moment in time, and I said to him, well, as you know, I'm going on pension on this 8th of January. Everything was already handed in. I don't have anything. It's with the office. It's at stores. And I gave him my office keys. I took it off my normal keys, and I gave him my office keys. And he says, I'm not allowed to be on the council premises anymore. So I left the HR office where I was busy in prep for the arbitration case. I left the office then, and I went home, contacted my advocate to assist me, to say that I was just prepared because they're doing the wrong things. It's irregular, the manner that they're dealing with this now, and I don't know where this comes from suddenly because it's an absolute fabricated lie. The 2 days...
Commissioner, apologies, before you move, you deal with the suspension at paragraph 81, just to get things clear in my head. By the 8th of January, your early retirement, effective from the 28th of February, 2025, had been approved by Commissioner Mkwanazi, correct? That's what Annexure RS 33 tells us.
Correct.
Now, in this paragraph, you say you were formally suspended from 10 February to 9th of May 2025. 9th of May is way beyond your retirement date. How do we understand that?
Commissioner, so after I've submitted my reply to them to say, but here's my contract, here's the clauses, here's the process that must be followed according to the Government Gazette, you followed the incorrect process, retract my suspension. Then the 9th of May, the 9th of February, they actually served me then with a formal suspension letter. Exactly the same as the previous one, as if it's a template. Just now the clauses, it had clauses in which, if it wasn't, it is so funny when you read this, how the incompetence run in this department, is that now it states that I may not leave the city or the province unless I ask Mkonasi for permission. And it states the dates from 10 February, with my last working day, 28 February, officially, already approved more than a month ago already. It states I may not leave the province, I may not leave the city until the 10th of May. And so now as a pensioner, I must also ask my ex-criminal for permission to actually leave the province. And if I'm not at home, I must have permission from him for that. So I immediately declared a dispute. This dispute was set down for the 28th of February. My last working day was ended in a dispute resolution. So as we walked into the dispute with the presiding officer and that, the council sent a representative, Mr. Giligidi. And I explained my position and submitted the evidence here. And as he turned to Mr. Giligidi, it was said, his words were, "Council, can we please go off record?" And the commissioner presiding it says, "Why off record? What is your answer?" He said, "No, I was instructed to have no mandate to speak on this matter." So the conciliation certificate was immediately issued. That matter is still in conciliation, or not conciliation, in arbitration. It's been postponed numerous times because of the council and that doesn't arrive, or there's always reasons why they don't arrive, or submit documents very late. It's now set obviously for this week, Wednesday and Thursday, when we will go back into the arbitration process.
Okay. At paragraph 82, you list, I think I can just highlight that subsequent to your retirement and or suspension, or even before that, a number of people have been suspended within the EMPD, and these include Commissioner Mapieye, Mr. Niza, Kenel Tepa, Ms. Lizel Tyers, and then yourself. So technically, there just seems to be a lot of suspensions within the EMPD.
There's a pattern of anyone that was involved with Mkonasi or Singh, all of them have been either dismissed or suspended or victimized very seriously.
Now, you end this with paragraphs 83 to 85 to 86, where you specifically reference what your own partner, who's in the department, has been subjected to, considering that we are seriously eating into the commissioner's lunch. Can you just succinctly summarize the challenges you say that your partner is confronted with currently?
So obviously I left them on the 28th of February, and I'm now a retired Ekurhuleni Metro Police officer. But my wife stayed behind, or my life partner. She's in the logistics section where she is there. So after my retirement and cessation, this Julius Mkonasi, Dion Singh, and Hanif Persad, they started to do illegal investigations as if they're policemen, and they do illegal stuff and they threaten people. And it starts to target my wife as well, because what they do is they've moved people with no qualifications, no finance whatsoever. Ezekiel Naiker, they moved him as a superintendent there. Sarah Chita, who's involved with the chief, they moved her as an inspector. She was also irregularly appointed in 2024 as part of a bunch of, the post where she was appointed as inspector is Inspector Internal Affairs. It wasn't even advertised. Mkonasi just appointed her into that position. It's as if it was a reward because she would testify against Commissioner Mapieye. So they were all, together with Antoinette Messenia, they placed in charge of where my wife is actually working. This Naiker would then go, he would actually start targeting her to say to her, she must explain to him what she's doing in that section. So she would send him an email to say, you know, I do vehicle inspections, it's been assigned, my job in this section is to do the vehicle inspections or do the firearm inspections. I work at the asset store where I hand out the assets. So she explains everything to him. After she explains everything to him, he starts with a process where he removes that access to say, no, you're not doing the vehicle inspections anymore. and Nayopiri would do the vehicle inspections. Or no, you're not doing this inspections anymore, someone else would do this inspections. So within a week's period, they took everything that she was doing, they took it away from her via emails. And then the next week, Monday, they'd ask her again, so what are you doing now? And she explained then a history to say, well, this is my task I've always been appointed to do, but now you've obviously changed everything that I've been doing. Within seconds after she sent this reply, this Niker sent an email to say, please hand in your laptop, your biometric access cards, everything, and report to uniform stores. So she's now, as a police constable that's in charge of assets and managing the assets section, she's been moved to the uniform store to report to a civilian clerk, where she's now a packer. She packs uniform. As soon as this happened, Brigadier van der Merwe gets falsely arrested, and that case is still running in court. And the rumor with all of these people around them is stating that, and even from the South African Police Service, that they're going to arrest my wife on trumped-up charges as well. So she goes to the office in uniform when this is spread to say now she's going to be arrested. She informed her supervisor to say, I would prefer that you don't arrest me in uniform. I'm going home to get dressed in civilian clothes, and then you can proceed with whatever falseness that you want to do. I obtained in the meantime counsel to say I need to urgently make provision that if my wife is arrested, that we can immediately deal with it. And then she went to the doctor and she saw a psychiatrist, and she was booked off sick for a period of 5 months now. She's dealing with it through a professional psychiatrist, but also with EAP at the work itself, where she sees EAP. She ran out of sick leave, and she then starts a process where she applies for extra sick leave that the council can give her, and there's a process where the supervisors must sign. She's lodged the grievance against them as well for this. That grievance to date has never complied, has never been sit, it's never been heard at all. And then when she lodged this application for extra sick leave with all the documents, even, and it's a sick matter, it's not necessary that she divulge her medical condition, but she did, and she gave the forms. When it hit the acting chief of police, he turned around and says he's not going to sign it if her supervisors, which is this Niker and Sarah Chita and Insignia, is not signed off on it. So eventually the chief of staff then convinced him and said, just sign it that it can please go to the pay office. At the end of October, suddenly she wasn't paid. So no payment. And it's at the moment where we sit, it's limited if we know if she will be paid even at this end of the month. She returned to work on the 1st of November. And the very first day when she's back at the office, idiotic small little victimization needles start to happen again. We sign on duty, for instance, or they sign on duty in an OB as normal. It's at the precinct where you sign on. And she signed on and she arrives at work. Her office hours is from 7 to 3. So she arrived at 20 to 7 because she was early. She wrote an entry into the OB, and the OB is written in time order. You cannot change orders. So at 6:20, she writes on the time and says 6:40, reporting on duty for 7 o'clock, and she signed it. Her supervisor, this Niker, came and he scratched out with a red pen her time, and he fraudulently changed the OB, write 7 o'clock there, and he then make an entry to say Constable Jacobs must correct the correct time. She signs on at 7, not before the time. And even though our standing orders in Ekurhuleni state that you come on duty before the time, you don't arrive with it. If your time is 7 o'clock, that means you must be 15 minutes before the time already on parade. And you cannot just arrive and start on that. So her vehicle, for instance, she was issued with a patrol vehicle. 2-3 years ago, the patrol vehicle was taken away from her. To date, she doesn't have a patrol vehicle. She used my private vehicle to travel and do all her official patrol vehicles if she has to go to Germiston or anywhere to deliver documents. And so it's an absolute nightmare how they victimize her and then anyone else who supported Chief Mapie. The group of people that's left there is acting, and the word is rogue. It's a criminal enterprise, what is running in that specific department.
Thank you. I think the commissioners have a good sense of what you say as victimization that your life partner has had to endure within the EMPD environment, flowing from the discharge of your own duties while you are still with EMPD. Are there any concluding remarks you would like to make to the commission as we have come to the end of your testimony now?
There is, because I stated earlier as well, is a very few of the civilian people know that I've retired, because I obviously didn't announce it or anything. There was no farewell party or anything like that. So a lot of the people, that used to deal with me still think I work for Ekurhuleni Metro Police, and they still contact me and they still inform me of, or they have a problem with their payment of invoices or things like that. And so a lot of the matters still come to my attention, even though I don't work for them anymore. For instance, this Ezekiel Naiker, he originally negligently lost a firearm. And it was then decided that there will not be a firearm issued to him. However, after I've resigned, Commissioner Mkonazi forced them to issue a firearm to him as well. He has lost that firearm negligently as well. There's a CAS number at Bedford View, 26705-2025 of negligent loss of firearm. No disciplinary steps has been taken against this officer. The rumors that I hear from everyone else is he's protected. You cannot touch him because he is there, but he's directly placed in charge of my wife. The people have sent me invoices where the uniform tender, for instance, was awarded by Sarah Chita and then was adjudicating it. This uniform tender, historically, there's manufacturers who's situated in the Cape and here in Gauteng who manufacture our uniforms. For instance, FG or RADS. It's large companies who are manufacturers. The latest uniform tender, which was adjudicated by Sarah Chita and them, has been awarded to electrical contractors who doesn't have any experience. And which is so funny is that they actually buy it from the manufacturers at inflated prices. Our radio accessories has been batteries for our radios and other accessories has been bought from a third party to the original company that provided to us originally at 4 times the price that it actually is being sold to us. The same goes for our breathalyzers, handheld breathalyzers, the calibration of it. That went to, the calibration must be done by the OEM, the supplier. However, it went to a third party who took it to the supplier to say, can you please calibrate this? And the supplier phoned me to say, Commissioner Spies, your breathalyzers came from how did your breathalyzers end up with this person? It came from that. And I'm like, no, I'm not working there anymore. But send me, I will send it on so that people can do inquiries. So there's genuinely a move to weaponize the Metro Police against anyone who wants to be honest, who wants to make this work. And there's a criminal enterprise that has been operating for the last 3 to 4 years in the department.
Thank you. Commissioners, that's the testimony of Commissioner Spies, unless there are questions to the Commissioner.
I will thank you when we come back after the lunch adjournment, Commissioner. Let us adjourn and come back at 14:45. Is that fine? Very good.
2:45. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
7.9, the questions EMPD Director, post EMPD 19522. The questions are listed and enumerated 1, 2, 4. Now there is a question in bold, and then below that there are bullet points. I take it that is the suggested answer to that specific question? Is that correct?
Correct. It will be, question 1 would be 1 brackets, why are that's a question that will be posed to the
Yes.
candidates. Why are law enforcement policies and procedures important in your line of work or department? And then there will be 5 or 6 bullets that outline the candidate, what should be a suggested answer to that candidate, if he speaks about this is what he will then score.
Now, my question to you is, the suggested answers to your understanding of this document, are they put forward by Ms. Ntombi, or were they inserted into the document by Ms. Jokazi herself? Would you know?
That's Ms. Jokazi. Ms. Jokazi created the email. She sent it from her email address to Ntombi Gadebe, and then there was a reply back from Ntombi Gadebe again, and then Ms. Jokazi edited the answers and questions a little bit, and she sent it then back to Ntombi Gadebe to say this is the final questions and answers. And then if you speak to the candidates that were there, this is the exact questions that were asked during the interview.
Okay. Now, was Ms. Ntombi part of the interview panel for this position?
That I do not know.
That you don't know. Thank you. Chair, that was our update of RS 29. Yes, Commissioner?
Can I just check something? Commissioner, if this happened, this seems to me to be unlawful and a fraud on,
I agree,
on
Commissioner.
the selection process. And who knows, maybe the IDEC will be interested to prosecute somebody. But was this ever reported, to your knowledge, brought to the attention of somebody to do something about it?
Commissioners, it has been reported. There's actually the candidates who is involved, all the candidates that was interviewed, they lodged a dispute against the appointment of Mrs. Jokazi. That dispute is still running in arbitration, whereas the candidates who objected is Colonel du Plessis. He's the second highest scorer because he obviously didn't have the answers yet to it. But he was the second highest scorer. Then there's a Colonel Pieter Pretorius and a Colonel Kelebogile Tipa. They initiated the dispute process. That process is still running. It's not concluded yet. Over and above the IDEC report, the South African Police Services Act, Section 68, specifically has been also delegated in terms of the minister's powers as part, to form part of the municipal police powers and functions. Section 68 states specifically that if you do a false representation, gets appointed into a position, that shall constitute an offence, and that the monies and everything shall be recovered, is that. So SAP Section 68 is, in my mind, is critical that it's a criminal offence that should be prosecuted. But it's only been dealt with in a arbitration matter and a dispute against the appointment of Mrs. Jokazi. But that's not the only one. There's a group of officers that have been pushed through falsely, haven't been adverts. There's numerous complaints where even, for instance, the superintendents that's been placed at the pound section, the officers at the pounds themselves complained to me to say, but we haven't had a chance to apply. The positions weren't advertised, and suddenly a lot of people from specialized services were appointed in my position and just placed here, and I didn't have the opportunity. So there's a whole group of incorrect, flurry of illegal appointments.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
You've referred to the fact that to be appointed in this manner or through misrepresentations, that's a criminal offense. Do you know why, or rather, yes, do you know why criminal charges were not laid?
Commissioner, I really do not know. If it's detected, then it's the manner how there should be a complainant in a criminal matter for the South African police to investigate it. And in this matter, there's no real complainant yet. Because it is dealt with as an arbitration matter and a dispute resolution, the officers who did the dispute does not want to upset the management and make them that they don't stand a chance to be appointed because they still have a career in this trade. I know that the officers compiled a a report which they have forwarded to the audit department of Ekurhuleni, audit and risk. So hopefully from the audit side, there will be a formal investigation done as well from a forensic and a criminal perspective. But the officers themselves involved is applying for a higher position. And that's always the threat that you have hanging over your head. When you apply for positions, you cannot upset the system, because if you upset the system and you start this, you kill your own career immediately.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then that definitively concludes Commissioner Spies' evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Seldo. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spies. Chair, may we request a 2-minute stand down just to bring the next witness? We are ready to proceed.
We'll hear from you. Let's
Thank you.
adjourn.
Chair, we are ready to proceed.
Good afternoon. I don't want to take a chance and pronounce your surname because I have no idea where the accent, if there is, and so on. Let me just ask you to please state your name, your full names for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Olani Prince Ngiza.
Lisa, thank you.
It's pronounced with a silent K.
Okay. With a K, Lisa, okay.
No, it's a silent K.
Oh.
The K is not written.
Oh.
K is not written.
In
It's,
that case,
it's phonetic.
In that case, it's Lisa. Thank you. Swear or affirm?
Thank you, Chair. The witness has indicated that he will take the oath.
Okay. Do you swear that the evidence you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So helping God.
Thank you, Mr. Ngiza.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ngiza. If we can start off with some housekeeping. In front of you, you should have 2 files in your possession. Can you confirm that's the case?
Yes.
Thank you. You should
Counsel.
have a smaller file containing a witness statement, your witness statement. And you should then have a larger file labeled as an annexure bundle.
Okay. The ones that are in front of me are written reverse piece, but I've got the ones that I came with. Don't know whether I should use those or the ones that I came with.
No, please utilize the ones with your name on the binder.
So let me remove these.
The attorneys will collect. Thank you.
Yes, Counsel, I've got the right files.
Thank you. So you have a narrow file with your witness statement and a chunkier file with the annexure bundle. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ngiza, if you would then turn to your file containing your witness statement, please.
I'm on it.
Thank you. Please confirm that the statement contained in that file is yours, prepared for purposes of the evidence you're giving before the commission.
I do confirm that the statement is mine.
Thank you. Could I ask you to turn to page 39 of the same document, page 39?
I'm on page 39.
Thank you. And please confirm that the signature appearing at the foot of that page is yours.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And finally, do you confirm the correctness of this statement and confirm that you stand by its contents?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Ngiza, could I ask you to turn to page 3 of your witness statement, please?
I'm on it, Counsel.
Thank you. At paragraph 4, under the heading Service History, you detail your professional background. Can I ask that you very briefly take the commission through, in your own words, the content of paragraph 4?
Commissioners, I was appointed in the erstwhile Boksburg Transitional Local Council, which of course amalgamated with other transitional local councils to form the city of Ekurhuleni. I was appointed in December 1997 as an intern student in the legal department of the Transitional Local Council of Boksburg. And then on the 1st of September 1998, I was appointed on a permanent position as an admin officer. It was a development trainee type of arrangement that was on an accelerated development program. I was appointed as an admin officer conveyancing and land provisioning, dealing with your matters concerning town planning and the likes. Whilst I was functioning in that particular role, I became a leader in the trade union movement, a leader in a union called SAMU, South African Municipal Workers Union, leading up to the position of regional secretary during that particular process, and as a full-time substitute of that union, and its leader in terms of negotiations with the employer and the formation of the municipality in 2000. I then went on to occupy a position of a manager, collective bargaining in the city of Ekurhuleni, which position I held from the 1st of August 2003 up until the 31st of May 2017. Whereat I was then appointed in the position of divisional head, employee relations from the 1st of June 2017 until the 31st of May 2022. That was on a 5-year fixed-term contract. And then I was reappointed into that particular position of divisional head employee relations from the 1st of July 2022 until I was summarily terminated on the 22nd of March 2024.
Thank you. And can you confirm that at paragraph 6 on page 3, that is an annexure of your full curriculum vitae?
The annexure P1 on the big bundle from pages 1 to 7, indeed, commissioners, that is my curriculum vitae.
Thank you. If we could then turn over to page 4, under the heading Main Matters to be Addressed in this Statement. Chairperson, just to contextualize the evidence that Mr. Ngqiza will present, it will be set out under 4 themes as broken down in paragraph 7. Is that correct, Mr. Ngqiza?
Yes, ma'am, it is correct.
Thank you. Our next heading then, Mr. Ngqiza, is the overview of your role as the divisional head employee relations, and we are then at paragraph 8 on page 4. Under this heading, you detail with some specificity the role and responsibilities that you occupied in your position as divisional head. I won't ask you to read everything in detail, but can I please ask you to turn to paragraph 8.3, which is on page 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And in your own words, please just briefly explain to the Commission what that would entail at a high level.
Thank you, Commissioners. The function of a divisional head employee relations, as much as indeed I commenced the function on the 1st of June 2017, I had intermittently acted in the position over the years from 2003, and I was quite averse with the processes that are involved. Discipline management in the municipality covers prescripts of a collective agreement. We are a highly regulated sector. We had a collective agreement that would then detail how even allegations of misconduct are to be handled when there's an allegation of misconduct, how it's submitted, after being submitted, how it's investigated, and then after being investigated, how then the processes of establishing disciplinary tribunals are handled. And my role was firstly on an advisory capacity. When a department has got allegations, a head of department or even whoever the head of department delegates would come to me, and then we'll be able to unpack what are the allegations and also what best process should be implemented to investigate those allegations. The municipality had various investigative units. Within the EMPD, you had 3 units that conducted investigations on specific issues and areas that required investigations, but then you also had internal audit, and then we had other investigators that were trained by the municipality. So it then became my role to advise heads of departments in terms of what is the best process to investigate allegations of misconduct, informed by the department where they are coming from, but also the nature of the allegations. So then after the allegations have been investigated, my role would also then to make a determination on whether indeed the investigations that have been conducted would, do they suffice for purpose of establishing a disciplinary tribunal, or would they require a determination that says they must go back and be dealt with internally in the department? And if indeed I make the determination that they suffice for the purpose of a disciplinary tribunal, I would then, of course, appoint the disciplinary tribunal, and then I would get members of my team in my unit to then do the facilitation of the hearing in terms of ensuring that venues are secured, tape recordings are actually made available, and the likes, and to ensure that every logistical arrangement is put in place in order for us to conduct the process itself. That would also include ensuring that the accused person or personnel are duly served with the charge sheet. That is part of the role that our unit played. And then once the disciplinary hearing is concluded, whatever is the outcome of the disciplinary hearing has to be processed. You know, if indeed a determination is made that an employee is guilty and a sanction is meted out, it then becomes my role, the role of my unit, to issue the letter that would actually implement the sanction. We would have a sanction from a presiding officer articulating exactly the outcome. Then I would then append my signature to a letter that would be prepared. If it's a dismissal, that letter then would become the dismissal letter of the employee. You know, and then of course also take the process forward should there be disputes that arise out of that particular outcome. Thank you.
If you can bear with me. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
The role of divisional head, employee relations, and the role of head of department, human resources. If you can just explain the difference between the two and the hierarchy. I mean, you've explained your role. I'm trying to understand if the head of department, human resources, can overrule everything you've just explained in terms of the discipline. So in other words, can she say, no, you can't discipline this person, no, you cannot charge this person, no, you cannot implement whatever sanction has been proposed by a chairperson of a disciplinary inquiry, for example?
Thank you, Commissioner. The collective agreement that operates in the local government sector is very clear. And fortunately for me, I was part of the people that negotiated that collective agreement. The collective agreement moved from the premise that discipline management, it's actually two principles that are applicable. The first principle is that discipline is a line management function and it resides in every supervisory position as a starting point. So every HOD has got a role to play in managing discipline, and also every supervisor accordingly in terms of the ranks. Then the collective agreement, noting that Section 55 of the Municipal Systems Act provides that the municipal manager is the chief accounting officer, or in a city like Ekurhuleni, we would call it a city manager. The city manager is the chief accounting officer, is responsible for discipline in the institution. She's the administrative head, so she's responsible. Now the collective agreement then says, I think it's clause 7 of the collective agreement provides that the municipal manager or his or her authorized representative. That is where now the power or the delegations matrix comes from. The municipal manager then would then delegate various functions in terms of that collective agreement. The municipal manager in the city of Ekurhuleni specifically has delegated investigative functions to various units within the municipality. Like I was saying, that you'll have internal audit, you'll have internal affairs from EMPD, we'll have loss control, we'll have monitoring and evaluation. There's a lot of investigative units within the municipality. So the municipal manager specifically indicates that when there are issues, these issues will be investigated by these specific persons. Then the municipal manager would also, using clause 7, say if indeed there is to be a determination of a prima facie cause for discipline to be instituted, who would then be given the authority to make that determination that indeed there is a prima facie case that has been determined out of the investigation report. Then the municipal manager did that. Says HODs, heads of departments, in your department as people that are responsible for the maintenance of discipline, you shall then be having this authority. Then the municipal manager says, okay, fine. Having done that, who then must now constitute the disciplinary tribunal? And that becomes the divisional head employee relations. Then there's another area of the collective agreement that also talks to municipal manager or authorized representative. When we deal with abscondments, who shall then be in a position to deal with abscondments? It will be the municipal manager and a specific authorized representative. And in the city of Ekurhuleni, that specific authorized representative that will deal with the determination that an employee has deserted or absconded would be the divisional head employee relations. Then when it came to suspensions, and we've had a number of collective agreements, of course, in the sector since 2002. We had a collective agreement in 2010. That collective agreement said the people that have authority to suspend in any municipality in the country would be the municipal manager as a first point of call, or employees that are not lower than 2 levels below the municipal manager. In that instance, in Ekurhuleni, what we then did was to say employees that are not lower than 2 levels would be heads of departments. So all heads of departments had that authority to suspend. But then we changed that when we had a collective agreement in 2018, which removed the 2 levels below dispensation. And then in that new collective agreement, we then made a determination that the authorized representative in respect of suspensions shall be the head of department HR. So that's where the head of department HR then gets involved as a starting point in terms of the arrangements of the collective agreement. So the head of department HR would not have authority, even though she's my supervisor or the supervisor of the DH employee relations, but she would not have authority in respect of making a determination that is envisaged in clause 7 of the collective agreement. Because the person who is the authorized representative of the municipal manager effectively steps into the shoes of the municipal manager and then becomes the person that makes the determination as if it is made by the municipal manager. So in that particular respect, she did not have authority.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I can assist, Mr. Ngqiza has in fact prepared a pack for the commissioners where he will set out in detail the contents of that collective agreement and will detail for the commission the powers and responsibilities he bears vis-a-vis Ms. Linda as the HOD HR. We will get to that stage when we get to the appropriate part of his evidence. But thank you, Mr. Ngqiza, for that overview. You were then at paragraph 9 of your witness statement on page 5. There you set out the documents that regulate your role, and those just relate to, the prescripts, the relevant labor law prescripts, municipal legislation, collective agreements, etc. Can you confirm that's the contents of paragraph 9?
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you. Mr. Ngqiza, if
I may ask, good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Do you have powers directly delegated to you by council?
There is in respect of discipline, specifically.
Yes.
The municipality in 2010 developed and approved a disciplinary policy. That disciplinary policy outlines the powers in terms of discipline management, and in that disciplinary policy, of course, the powers of the divisional head employee relations are also articulated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ngiza, in paragraph 10 of your witness statement at the bottom of page 5, you set out in some detail there your specific functions as they relate to discipline management. I ask at this stage that we note them because we will come back to them when you discuss your experience in facilitating the disciplinary proceedings concerning the then Brigadier Mkhwanazi. So at this stage then, we'll turn back to the contents of paragraph 10 at an appropriate juncture. I will ask you to go to page 7 of your witness statement. We have a heading there titled Blue Lights Scandal.
Yes.
Over the course of the past few days, the Commission has heard evidence on this blue lights issue from Chief Mabiyeye as well as Commissioner Spies. Can I invite you to describe to the Commission the controversy known as the blue light scandal, and please do so with reference to paragraph 11, 12, and 13.
Yeah, Commissioners, this matter was brought to my attention by Deputy Chief of Police, Rivo Spies, together with Chief Superintendent Henny Erasmus. At that time, Chief Mabiyeye was on compassionate leave or family responsibility leave. I recall because he had just lost his granddaughter. So when they brought the matter to me, they indicated that there was this media query from Jeff Wicks of News 24, and they had intentions, of course, of investigating the matter, and they wanted to alert me and sensitize me that there is this particular matter. And this, of course, was a norm. You know, like I indicated, that departments would come and have discussions with me, and I would advise them as well in terms of processes, but also to prepare my office for if there is any consequent actions that must be taken, that my office is already clued up. So they came, they indicated to me, they even showed me some footage that was on social media that was speaking to this, and they also had the correspondence from Jeff Wicks, indicated that they had had a discussion with the then Brigadier Mkhwanazi. I don't know whether I should call him Commissioner Mkhwanazi or Brigadier Mkhwanazi or what. Okay, they had a discussion with Julius Mkhwanazi, and then having had that discussion, he had provided them with a operational plan that they also had problems with. So from their preliminary or desktop analysis of what was happening, they sensed that there is a need to investigate possible allegations of misconduct. And of course, we agreed that such an investigation must be undertaken. And yeah, they proceeded to do their investigation. They also indicated, if I might add, that there is a view that it might have to be suspended precisely because of the nature of the allegations, as well as the fact that there might be interference if he is around during the investigations.
Thank you, Mr. Ngiza. Thank you, Mr. Ngiza. According to paragraph 11 of your statement, the media inquiry from Jeff Wicks of News 24 came to the attention of EMPD on the 2nd of February 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, if you turn over, please, to paragraph 14 on page 8. There you indicate that in the week beginning the 6th of February, you were seized with the matter when Deputy Chief Spies, Colonel Erasmus, came to your office to discuss this matter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In paragraph 14, when describing Colonel Erasmus, you have in brackets from EMPD, integrity and standards. Could you please tell the Commission what that is?
Integrity and standards, it's the equivalent of an internal affairs department. This is the unit within EMPD that would investigate misconduct allegations against Metro Police officers. It's specifically set up to investigate misconduct that is committed by Metro Police officers.
We have had, I think, in evidence, mention of internal affairs. Is it another name?
It's, yes.
Okay, thank
It's just that on the structure, on the human resources organogram,
Yes.
it was called integrity and standards.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Nziza, in paragraph 16 of your witness statement, you say in the course of that meeting with Deputy Chief Spies and Colonel Erasmus, they advise you at that stage that they've conducted a preliminary investigation. Picking up from there, could you please detail for the Commission what they said that preliminary investigation had come to show or had come to reveal?
Yeah, thank you. Commissioners, the indication was that indeed the media query, was also had some allegations that were made regarding the registration of vehicles. It seems the journalist that was actually conducting who had submitted the media query had checked and verified that the vehicles that were having blue lights that were shown on social media were registered under the municipality. So indeed, when they came to me, they said they verified that indeed it seems these vehicles are registered under the municipality. But they have not actually gotten information in terms of how the actual registration had occurred, and therefore they need to investigate how these vehicles that are seen in these social media videos transporting civilians, and they are seemingly registered under the municipality and are having blue lights. So they needed to then go into a deeper analysis of the situation, and by trying to get information about how this entire process had come about. I mean, it was an unusual situation.
In the course, please continue.
Yeah, so also they also indicated that because there is this memo that Jeff Wicks had also given them that they were not aware of, and therefore they had checked with Brigadier Mkwanazi, and he had provided them with an operational plan on about the 8th of February 2023, and that raised alarms. That plan that was provided by Brigadier Mkwanazi in respect of its authenticity, they checked and they said that they need to actually also verify whether this operational plan that he had provided them is the operational plan that was approved for the State of the City address in 2022.
Please proceed then to discuss the contents of paragraph 17 on page 9.
So in outlining all this preliminary information that they had, they took a view that indeed there is a basis for them to conduct an investigation. And, it's not like they were asking for my permission to conduct the investigation, but just to sensitize me that such an investigation needs to be conducted. And the fact that indeed there is mention of the Mama Cat, and Mama Cat is associated with a certain individual by the name of Vusmuz Matlala. All those issues were then raised with me to say, you know what, we need to get to the bottom of this. And I agreed, I agreed that they should conduct the investigation and also get a sense from Brigadier Mkwanazi of what is going on. So indeed, they proceeded, and they were to conduct that investigation.
Mr. Nziza, you say that they did not, it's not as if they needed your permission to conduct the investigation.
Yes,
now, in the evidence of Chief Mapie, where there's a form where he requests a tribunal, a disciplinary tribunal, and one of the options there is investigation. So in this particular form, so the requester would tick whatever it is that they are asking for, and one of them is an investigation. Now, further on, in the evidence, we also hear that Advocate Bihari was now tasked to look at you'll still get to that evidence, but that's what Chief Mapie testified to. At some point, the whole matter of the disciplinary action or proposed disciplinary action was then ordered to be given over to Advocate Bihari to look at, and then I think he concludes that if I'm not wrong, he concludes that there is no case for a disciplinary hearing. That investigation part, if a manager, as you say, considers that they want to investigate conduct, does anyone have the authority, whether you, head of department, to say, no, you cannot do that. I've reviewed this and I don't think there's anything for you to investigate, and I instruct you not to.
As I had indicated, thank you, Madam Commissioner, for that question. As I had indicated, in terms of how the collective agreement is structured, and the fact that the municipal manager had actually provided various units that will conduct investigations and indicated that, of course, departments must conduct investigations. So I do not have authority to stop a department from investigating conduct of their employees. I do not have that authority. Hence, I'm saying they were not asking for my permission. They were sensitizing me because the product of the investigation, that's where my role becomes critical. My role is in the product of the investigation. And the form that you are referring to, Madam Commissioner, comes at that point. An investigation has been conducted in the department. Then when that investigation is concluded, the department must come, present it to me as the authorized representative who must now establish or constitute the disciplinary tribunal. It is at that point that I have then options. I've got 3 options. I can say there must be a further investigation. Ordinarily, when I do say that I require a further investigation, there might be areas in the investigation report that are not covered. In most instances, when I've done this, it would be informed by the fact that the investigator has not looked into the council policy that regulates that specific area, and therefore would require that indeed kindly check your investigation process against this particular policy regime. Or it might be that since I deal with the totality of the municipality and this person comes from a department, it might be that indeed there might have been an investigation, but that investigation was not conducted, or rather the investigator was not aware of maybe certain processes that are covered by either arrangements with unions that fall within my control. So I would request that kindly check these areas. Hence, there is that option of a further investigation, before I can institute disciplinary proceedings. Because I must also think, if I'm going to say I'm instituting disciplinary proceedings, whereas I know that the rule that the investigator thinks might have been broken actually has been changed. There are such things that would crop up. So that is for me to make that determination that the investigation report, does it suffice for the purpose of establishing a disciplinary tribunal or not? And then I have to apply my mind, make that determination on the basis of what is contained in the disciplinary report. Investigation report, not disciplinary report.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I read investigation report.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Angliza, turning then back to paragraph 18, your testimony has thus been that in the context of that meeting, Deputy Chief Spies relays to you that he intends to scale up the investigation from a preliminary desktop analysis to something more, what is described here as a full internal investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that, of course, then the outcome of that process would be an investigation report, which is the nub of your exchange with Commissioner Baloyi.
Yes.
He then also says to you following the production of that investigation report, he has a desire to institute disciplinary proceedings into Brigadier Mkhwanazi, is that right?
Yes.
Please then inform the Commission what the resolution or way forward was at the conclusion of that meeting. You can pick up from paragraph 19, please.
Well, like I indicated, Commissioners, these discussions that I would have with departments are discussions amongst colleagues to get a sense of the situation. And indeed, in most instances, I would say 99.9% of the situation, I would always encourage and support the department in conducting a full investigation so that we get the information about exactly what has happened. So yeah, the conclusion is that indeed the investigation must be conducted, and the department must then, at the end of the investigation, provide the necessary information for my office to take the process forward.
And in paragraph 21, you indicate there that due to the sensitivity of the matter, Commissioner Spies also expressed an intention to suspend Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
Please then explain the balance of the paragraph, essentially the exchange you had with Commissioner Spies around getting an order of suspension in this context.
Thank you. Commissioners, of course, departments would also, as part of the process of investigation, it's an election that a department would do, whether indeed to request for the suspension of the employee, given the fact that the suspension process has now moved from the department to HR. So it's an election that the department would consider the relevant factors that would be involved with regards to the initiation of the investigation and what type of role the employee concerned might play, in terms of the actual investigation. So the department in this particular regard had a view that if the employee remains in active service, there might be a potential for interference, and given the fact that the issue had also reached a public space, it might also be detrimental to the interests of the municipality that the employee remains in active service. So those considerations were raised with me by Commissioner Spies, and I was like, no, it's fine. You can make that motivation to the HODHR, and of course that motivation that goes to the HODHR would come via my office, so that I'm able to apply my mind and also advise the HODHR on the process to be taken.
Yeah.
And at paragraph 22 of your statement on page 10, you state there that at the close of the meeting, it was agreed that they would proceed with the internal investigation and brief Chief Mapiyeye upon his return. The reference to they in that sentence is to who?
Commissioner Spies and Erasmus, Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ngiza. You then detail in paragraph 23 that Chief Mapiyeye was on leave at various periods from January 2023 to the first week of March 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd then invite you to please turn to paragraph 24, where you detail the events of the 16th of February, on or about the 16th of February.
Thank you, Commissioners. When Chief Mapiyeye had come back, of course, he contacted me to say that there is this issue that has been briefed by Commissioner Spies and Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus, and he wanted us to brief the city manager. Again, this is not an ordinary cause. I need to state that. It is not an ordinary cause that would then seek to brief the city manager about an investigation that the department is conducting, especially at that level. There is a specific delegation or directive that the city manager had issued in 2017 that no investigations against divisional heads would be conducted without her knowledge. Now, Brigadier Mkhwanazi was below a divisional head position, so there was no legal obligation, if I may put it that way, for us to then have this briefing. However, Chief Mapie was concerned that there is a particular proximity that he had noticed and everybody knew between Mkhwanazi and Mashazi. And he didn't want to have a situation wherein there will be a backlash from Mashazi, from Dr. Mashazi, if he just went ahead and investigated Mkhwanazi and even suspended him. So we said no problem.
Knowledge or approval? Can you just clarify that part? You said no investigation can continue without her knowledge. What is she to do with that knowledge? Is it so that she can approve or disapprove of the investigation?
No investigation could be initiated against a divisional head.
Yes.
All right.
And then you said without her knowledge.
Without her knowledge.
So I'm focusing on that part.
For approval.
Is it so that she can approve? Okay.
She should approve.
So it's not just for
and there's a context, Commissioner, why that happened. Something happened in 2017 and she issued that directive that no investigations against divisional heads shall be conducted without her approval.
Still on, please proceed, Mr.
So we then sought to have this conversation with, or rather this briefing with Dr. Mashazi.
Sorry, before you get to discuss this briefing, you say that the explanation or the reason that Chief Mapie suggested that you should speak to the city manager, he said because of the proximity of Mr. Mkhwanazi and the city manager. And unless I misheard you, I think you said there was a general view of that there was a proximity. Did I hear you properly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the understanding of that proximity, at least by you, what it was founded on? Was it just close working colleagues? Are they family? What in fact was the understanding of that proximity, and what informed the view that there is proximity, close proximity between them?
I do not have information about relations, Commissioner. The only thing that I was made aware of is the fact that Dr. Mashazi had some form of liking. I don't know, because it's not working proximity in terms of the structural arrangements of the municipality. You know, the city manager is there. You know, between the city manager and Mkhwanazi, there is the chief of police, deputy chief of police, then Mkhwanazi, you know. So you would not have a direct link, functional link between Mashazi and Mkhwanazi. However, there was this informal, I'll call it an informal link, you know, that people knew. And some of these things would know in the workplace when there are programs, when there are things that are happening, and then the boss would have this liking to this particular individual. The boss would mention this individual, the boss would be, you know, showing some form of affinity towards this individual. So that is the type of proximity that we're talking about.
It wasn't the proximity that arose from the working relationship, like they work closely with each other, he reports to her. It wasn't that kind of proximity you're referring to.
Functionally,
yes,
you know,
functionally.
It shouldn't be. It couldn't have been.
Okay.
Like I say, I mean, he was a director, a brigadier in the Metro Police Department. Brigadiers are directors. They're called directors, you know, and the line of accountability is such that even if indeed there would be functions, there would be things that happen, she knew people. You know, she's the city manager and she had been in the institution for more than 20 years. So she knew people, she knew other colleagues. I'd known her since 1999, you know, so, but it was never, could not have been a functional relationship. Could never be a functional relationship.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So,
Mr. Ngqiza, if I may just intervene slightly, in addition to the issue of proximity between Dr. Mashazi and Brigadier Mkhwanazi, you set out in paragraph 24 other potential motivations for providing that briefing. Could you elaborate on those, please?
yeah, remember we were seized with a, how do I put it? I mean, this was an unusual situation, you know, and I had been involved in a number of discipline matters in the municipality. I had never come across such a matter, but also there was a sensitivity about it because it was in the news, and as it was in the news, it involved a character that was in the news for other reasons. You know, it involved a Mr. Vusmuzi Matlala, who was in the news for other reasons that now, and the linkage that the journalist was making to say that we have got a situation where municipal, and I would say municipal in quotes, municipal vehicles are being used by this character, you know. So there was a sensitivity about this matter, and indeed I had agreed that let us brief Dr. Mashazi, given the fact that it can never spill over effect, in the sense it can blow over, you know, you can have more coverage on it, and then all of a sudden the boss calls you in and asks you, but why didn't you tell me that you are seized with such a matter? So we had those considerations as well.
So you were concerned about the reputation of the
Reputation,
municipality?
yes. Yes, sir.
And how then would you describe that meeting?
Maybe before that, it's important to, Mr. Ngqiza, before you describe the meeting, maybe it's also important to speak to the concerns about personal safety that you reference in that paragraph 24. If you would just explain a bit.
Yes, like I indicated that we were aware, we were acutely aware of issues that surround Mr. Matlala, you know. Now, if indeed we're going to take action in a matter that his name is involved, you know, we discuss these issues to say, hey, Chief, you know, we must be careful here. You know, as much as we must do our work, but we must also be careful here. You know, we've got families, we've got all sorts of things. We don't want to also find ourselves exposed to potential danger. You know, so those issues, and if indeed we inform our boss, maybe indeed there might be an arrangement that can be reached to ensure that as we deal with this issue, we get some form of protection or something. So those issues indeed become part of our engagements, and they were essential. We will hear as we went on with trying to deal with this matter, the issue of safety became a critical issue at some point.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ngqiza, you were taking us through the developments at that meeting. You were at paragraph 25.
Yes. So we then wanted to go to see Dr. Mashazi at her office. You know, my office is in Benoni. Chief Mapia's office is in Bedford View. Dr. Mashazi's office is in Germiston. You know, I think Ekurhuleni is one of the few municipalities that is very polycentric. You know, you've got all sorts of towns. So we then wanted to have a situation where we go to see her. Chief Mapia made the arrangements, called her office, and then we were told that no, she's actually on her way to Benoni. So he drove from Bedford View, and at Dr. Mashazi's request, we met with her at a Dada's Motor World in Benoni. You know.
Is that a property of the municipality?
No, it's not a property of the municipality. It's a dealership. It's a dealership of luxury exclusive vehicles.
Okay.
You know, so we went there, and of course we were, awestruck, you know, by what we found. It was a very lavish setup that we got there. So we met with Dr. Mashazi at the CEO's office, and we briefed them about the Jeff Weeks media query, the analysis that have been conducted on the issue of the registration of the vehicles, and the need for us to conduct a more fuller investigation to ascertain exactly what has happened here. She was very receptive of our briefing. She was very receptive and very supportive. You know, she was like, you know what, deal with it, and please ensure that all your processes are aligned, ensure that indeed you get to the bottom of this, you know. And she also advised that we must brief the HODHR, especially since we want to also do a suspension process. And we agreed that the process would have to involve the HODHR for the suspension purposes.
Please proceed then to discuss paragraph 26.
Yeah, so we then met with HODHR, Ms. Klasheka. We gave her the same briefing that we had given Dr. Mashazi. She didn't oppose the investigation nor the suspension. However, she did express some discomfort given the fact that there is a linkage to Mr. Matlala. Expressed the view that given the media coverage that Mr. Matlala's name had, that he was a dangerous man. She took that view. And indeed, we then agreed that we'll do the process of suspension. The department was to submit its request for suspension, which they did. And we then processed the suspension. I don't know whether I should go into paragraph 27 as part of the process.
Perhaps before you go to the process, Mr. Ngiza, in the second sentence of paragraph 26, you say Mrs. Klasheka didn't oppose the investigation and the intended suspension. And then, of course, you record her safety concerns. In your exchange earlier with Commissioner Baloyi, you indicated that the power to institute an internal investigation lies within the realm of an employer. So, is that correct?
Line management.
Correct. So essentially, a manager within a department has the ability to institute an internal investigation and then approach you if they want to take the step further. Is that correct?
Yes, the head of department, would have that particular authority.
But is that necessarily the case when it comes to the process of suspending an employee?
No.
No, indeed. And so please then just describe to the Commission why then it was important for you to brief the HODHR and why her approval in respect of the intended suspension was necessary. Yeah.
Like I indicated, Commissioners, the collective agreement has got various clauses, and how we have structured it in the municipality, we've not centralized, to say that the municipal manager's authorized representative is this one person, that person is therefore responsible for the implementation of the various clauses. We've broken it down. So it was essential that you get the buy-in of the HOD HR on the suspension, on the suspension. But we briefed them both regarding, and remember the suspension is linked to the investigation. In terms of the collective agreement, you suspend as a precautionary suspension for the purpose of investigating. So when now you brief the HOD HR, we have to talk about the investigation. You can't just simply say, I want to suspend this employee and I would like to get your buy-in in this suspension. We have to talk to her about what is it that must be investigated. So she honestly did not have a problem. The only problem that she expressed was the issue of safety. But on the content of our briefing, she did not have a problem.
You were then going to discuss the process with respect to paragraph 27?
Yes. On the 20th, and I think I have got some WhatsApps that also talk to that. On the 20th, commissioners, I had engagements with Ms. Kasheka regarding the issue of the suspension, because the department had submitted a formal request to suspend Brigadier Mkwanaz. We had that discussion. She still expressed that perhaps and then I'll translate it. Xolani, andifuni le nto mna ndiyoyika ndinomntana omncinci. Yilungiseni le nto uba sibe ne-protection kuba ndinomntana omncinci andifuni le nto. Meaning, Xolani, I don't want this because I've got a small child. Kindly ensure that you fix this thing because I have a small child. I do not want anything. That was the discussion. She had also indicated this, of course, in our discussion with the chief. And then we even exchanged WhatsApps where she makes it a point that indeed, there must be consideration. She puts it, I don't know whether I should go to the WhatsApp.
Yes. Mr. Ngqiza, the WhatsApps are annexure PN2. They start on page 8 of the annexure bundle. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
Page 8.
Yes, I'm there.
So can you confirm that this is a screenshot of WhatsApp communication between you and Ms. Kasheka?
Yes, commissioners, this is indeed screenshots of the communications that I had with Ms. Kasheka on the 20th of February 2023.
Great. And so, Mr. Ngqiza, the communication on the right hand of the page in green would be communication coming from?
From me.
Thank you. And the communication in white on the left hand of the document would be communication from Ms. Kasheka?
Yes, this is from Ms. Kasheka.
Thank you. So you start the communication on the 20th of February at 8:53 by sending a video. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. I started the conversation with her. Remember, we had briefed her, but we did not provide her with the clip itself. So I provided her with the clip that was showing the blue lights and the likes. That was from News 24. And then I indicated that we need to talk about this. Should I read everything?
Let me assist you. So at 8:54, you then say, "Hi, ma'am, I need to talk to you about this," referencing the blue lights video. Is that correct?
Yes.
She then responds, "What's your take when on this one listened to the clip?" Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
And the emojis that she also sent.
Let's note for the record the 3 shocked emojis. Mr. Ngqiza, you then say something to her there at 1:11 and 2:11. Please read that.
I indicated that we need bodyguards. That was my first message. My second message was, I'm sorry, but we are going into war here.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn over to the next page? And when you say at 11:02, I'm sorry, but we are going into war here, please
Yes.
explain what you meant by that.
I meant it's a dangerous situation.
She then responds to you at 11:02 saying, LOL, the Tembisa case ended up in a murder. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I then ask you to read the contents of your message at 11:03?
I think it's important, Council, that perhaps I start with her response to my, I'm sorry, we're going into war here. She responded to say, it looks like and sounds like that.
Okay, so she agrees with you about the risk that is attendant here, the risk that is present here.
Yes.
Thank you. Could you then read the message at 11:03?
I responded to her message and said, it's really disturbing. I'm going to send you the pre-suspension letter within the next 15 minutes.
And what was her response immediately after that?
Her response was, Cop is chief of police. What did he say yesterday? Is he up to it? When will the risk assessment be conducted?
And Mr. Ngiza, just for completion, at 11:03, you make reference to a pre-suspension letter
Yes.
that ostensibly needs her signature. And please confirm that indeed she did sign that document.
Yes, he did.
Indeed. Chair, I realize that it's 4:00 on the dot. That might be an opportune place to stop for the day.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.